Tell me what you think of the following sentence. The world is a messy place and we can't be sure what will happen next. Now, at first glance, the sentence is so obviously true that it is almost banal. Of course, the world is messy. Of course, we don't know what will happen next. But here's the thing. Transplant that sentence from the present moment and place it anywhere in the past and it will still hold true. The world has always been messy. The future has always been uncertain. People have always been complicated. They've always contained multitudes. And yet, those among us who study the past are often expected to reduce these complexities, to present a simple narrative so that everything makes sense and everything almost seems inevitable. This is especially so in modern times when there is no longer a consensus on the truth, when narrative battles abound, when history has been weaponized. And for many historians, it must be tempting to fall in line with whoever they feel ideologically closer to. You don't even need to lie to do this. You can just choose to focus on ABC narrative about a period in history when XYZ is also true. It is a rare historian who doesn't care about fashions of the day, who doesn't care about all these incentives, who only cares about the pursuit of truth. Many such historians are featured on this show, and many more will. The past is not past. It lives on in these present times, it projects itself into the future, and it matters.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is a superb historian and thinker, Vinayak Chaturvedi. Vinayak first wrote to me a couple of years ago when he published his book, Hindutva and Violence, V.D. Savarkar and the Politics of History. We kept chatting online since then, and I wanted him to come on the show, but I wanted to record in person. He's based in the US, where he teaches history at the University of California in Irvine. Well, we finally made the stars align when he happened to come down to Bombay, and he came over to my home studio and we recorded this episode. Now, as you'll find out in this conversation, taking Savarkar seriously was frowned upon by historians. It was almost like you can study anybody else, the most evil of people, except Savarkar, who was almost, in Vinayak's words, like Voldemort, he who must not be named. But Vinayak, and I mean Chaturvedi, not Savarkar, realized that Hindutva was too potent a force to just ignore. It needed to be studied, and so Savarkar needed to be studied. This book is not just a great biography, it's also a powerful book of ideas which can help us better understand the times we live in. Vinayak is a deep thinker, not just about history as in what happened in the past, but also history as in the study of what happened in the past and why that matters in the present. I'm sure you love this conversation as much as I did, but before we begin, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Vinayak, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You know, I've got to tell all our listeners that people look back in history and they say that some people know how to play the long game. Look at Hindutva, a long game was played, etc., etc. And I want to say even we know how to play the long game. This podcast was planned, I think, 2.5 years ago, a long time ago.
Yes, it was.
Yes, and finally we are doing it. You cannot stop a podcast whose time has come. So
that's great.
So, yeah, I'm so happy that you could kind of make it here and we are having this conversation face to face. And so, you know, I want to start off by getting to know you a little better. Your books are amazing, especially Hindutva and Violence. I just loved it. It was so illuminating, even though I've read a lot about the subject before, but it still made me think in a bunch of new ways, and we'll talk about all of those as we go along. But first, I want to get to know you. So tell me about, your childhood. Where did you grow up, and so on?
Yeah, I think it's, I was born in India. I mean, I was born in Madhya Pradesh, in Gwalior. And I always sort of, when people ask the question, I always sort of think of this. I was watching an interview with Salman Rushdie, and he was regarding his book, Imaginary Homelands. And when people ask him where he's from, he says, there's a biological and historical fact that I'm from India, but the rest is very difficult to figure out where I'm from. And so I sort of like that kind of explanation that he gave there. So I was born in India, and then we moved to London very briefly, and then Northern Ireland very briefly, and then moved to New York. So I always say I learned how to speak English with a New York accent, and I became a New York Yankees baseball fan. So I learned the two things, English language and baseball, in New York City. We were there for about 6 years, and then we moved to rural America. My father wanted to leave the big city and had some fascination with small towns, and so we moved to a very small town in the middle of the desert in West Texas. I always say that it was the closest city was El Paso. It's 200 miles. It was 200 miles east of El Paso and 200 miles south of Lubbock. And if people don't know these places, I always say that if you've read Cormac McCarthy's books, The Road, or if you've seen No Country for Old Men, McCarthy says that this is the landscape where he imagines the future dystopia that's coming. And so my father decided that leaving New York City to move to this, what McCarthy describes as this dystopic future of the world. But we didn't last very long there. We then moved to even a smaller town in Southern California, which had no streetlights, which had no grocery store, which had mainly dirt roads. And it was about as rural as one could imagine California in the late 70s. So these were the main places I sort of grew up. And then I ended up studying at UCLA as an undergraduate and did my master's there. And then I became interested in wanting to be a historian, and I ended up going back to Britain to do my PhD. So that's kind of the sort of abbreviated version of the journey. And then I got a job back in California, so I moved back to California. And I've been at the University of California, Irvine since now more than 20 years now, since 2001.
You mentioned Cormac McCarthy, and The Road, of course, is about a father and a son, in that desolate landscape, as it was. Your father taking you to that desolate landscape to live is pretty interesting. And tell me about your dad, because just before we started, you said your dad wanted you not to talk about him. So, of course, therefore, I will ask you to talk about him.
My father, grew up in Gwalior. He's a physician. He trained in Gwalior. And there was a group of friends that he studied with who ended up going to Britain. There was a shortage in the NHS, and they were recruiting doctors. And so I think he was just kind of wanting to experience something different and moved to Britain a couple years before my mother and I moved there. And he found Britain to be problematic in the early 70s due to issues of racism. I think that was his main problem, and he has never gone back, actually. This is the interesting thing. Once he left, he's like, I'm never going back. So when I ended up moving, when I told him I'm going to Britain, he was sort of horrified by this decision that I was making of going back to Britain. And then we moved to New York for the same reason we had moved to London. That there was a shortage of doctors in the U.S. and they were recruiting. And interestingly, there were doctors in this one specific hospital, and we all lived in the same apartment building. And it was sort of this mini compound of Indian families living together who they were all doctors and doctors' families in this building. And so that's where I grew up in New York City. Similarly, he had a friend who moved to Texas from Gwalior, and we moved to Texas. And then when he decided he didn't want to be in Texas anymore, there were a group of Gwalior doctors in this Riverside County. So we moved to Riverside County. So there's been this interesting kind of trajectory of movement that's happened from Gwalior. And so the joke in the house is that, I grew up with more Gwalior kids of Gwalior folks in Southern California, New York, and Texas than perhaps if I had stayed in Gwalior itself. And I think he's, he always had wanted to come back to Gwalior, and he had bought a house and wanted to retire in Gwalior, and he's 88 now. So I told him that he needs to, figure this out quickly in terms of retirement. So he didn't retire till COVID. COVID forced him to retire, but I think he would have continued working even till today as a physician. So he was very committed to being a doctor. So that's sort of a brief history of his kind of background.
And when you're a kid, you think of your parents as parents. They are one thing. Your dad is your dad. You see him in a particular way, and that becomes a frame through which you view him through life. You view your mom the same way through a particular frame. But I'm just thinking that when I take a zoomed out view and I just think of biography, young doctor going from Gwalior to London, doesn't like it there, goes to New York, struggling to fit in, struggling to find himself, decides he doesn't want to live in a big city, goes to Texas, decides it's too small for him, maybe it's not good for the family, whatever. And I would imagine that your parents at this time are young people going through intense turmoil in their minds, going through so many changes, trying to figure out where they fit, who they are, etc., etc. And all of it is perhaps invisible to you at the time. And there comes a stage, I think, in people's lives when they suddenly take a step back and look at the parents not as parents, as that fixed point in their head, but as actual flesh and blood human beings. And I guess that's when you can make the process of both reconciling with whatever grievances you might have, but also becoming actual friends with them, because now you kind of get it. And, the fact that they're your biological parents kind of begins to recede when you see them as real people. So tell me about both your parents. Like, how did you see them then, and what is that process through life where you began to see them differently and kind of understand them?
I mean, my mother grew up in Old Delhi, in Chandni Chowk. So, I mean, she described herself as a city girl. And so the idea of moving to London and then New York was an easy transition. Moving to rural America was less of an easy transition. And also because, I mean, it was, like I said, I mean, the town we ended up moving to in California was extremely, I mean, it was about as rural. There was about 1,200 people. Everyone kind of knew each other and everyone knew of each other. I mean, so it was literally a village. And even when I go back now, because my parents still live in the same town, I mean, there are still people there that I grew up with, that I see. And so it's still, I mean, it's about as close to sort of thinking about, a village in India where you have these kind of long generational connections. And so I still have that. I think to answer the question, I think the transformation was probably when I had a kid myself. I think that was the moment I sort of realized what parents actually went through and did. And so I would probably say that was probably the transformation where I sort of began to see what they probably had to deal with, and also the challenges of being in a new place and a new diaspora. I mean, I sort of imagine, okay, if I'd left and moved to a place that I'd never been to before, I think that would probably be really challenging. I mean, this is pre-internet, pre-Google, so you can't really, besides reading books and talking to people. And so I think talking to a lot of my parents' friends who, how they became doctors and how they decided to move, they all have similar kinds of stories, but I think at another level, I think they took certain kinds of risks, but they were professionals, so they had a safety net around them as well at the same time, right? That if you didn't like London, you could move to New York. If you didn't like New York, you could move to a rural part of the country or whatever. So I think there was a great deal of flexibility and autonomy. And I think that was really important for both of them. But at another level, I think being raised in a house that was, I would describe as fairly strict, not in terms of discipline, but in terms of language. And I think for me, that was really, at that time, I didn't really understand what this meant. And my father and mother had this requirement that we would have to speak Hindi at home. And I remember him saying, that as soon as you step out the door, you can speak whichever language you want. But inside the house, you have to speak Hindi. Wow. And it has to be proper Hindi. And it has to be, the pronunciations of the words have to be correct. He didn't like and neither did my mom, the kind of the American accentation for Hindi, which at that time I didn't understand, but now I see it as extremely powerful. As coming back to India, people always assuming I'm from living outside the country for however I look, but as soon as I speak, there's a disconnect, and people, I mean, the number of times in the last few days people have told me about this disconnect is pretty stunning. But this happens. I mean, I remember talking to someone in London where they were from, and he said he was from Lucknow, and so I started speaking to him in Hindi, and he's like, "Where are you from?" And I said, "Where did you grow up?" I said, "I grew up in New York, Texas, and California." So I think that was another important part of our interactions was the language was really important. And it also meant that coming back to India was easy. I felt very comfortable in terms of being able to communicate. And for some of my friends, many of my friends, even the children of these Gwalior doctors in New York, Texas, and California, and all over the US or whatever, it was difficult for them to speak when they came. And so I think that the issue of language was, I think, really a way to kind of create a certain kind of anchor. And I think he knew that. I mean, he knew that deep down, that if I just am able to insert this issue of language, the kids will be able to communicate. And so even today, my sister and I mostly speak in Hindi. We don't speak in English, even though we both grew up there. But it also, I think, was directly influenced the kind of professional and educational decisions I made as well, in terms of studying history. And this was also really important for him, was to have and I, he is and describe himself as an Indian nationalist even today. And so for him, this was really important that we understand the issue of history. For my mother and I think it was more understanding the relationship of popular culture and cinema. So this was part of the kind of daily conversations. And I think that is kind of important in terms of how they were able to cope by sort of holding on to certain things, to the extent that even the food culture at home was very, very particularly the kind of food we would eat in parts of UP or Madhya Pradesh. So I mean, I think these were the two things: the food and the language was, and the kind of the idea of history was central to the kind of house where my sister and I grew up, and our kind of connections with quote unquote India.
I had the linguist Peggy Mohan on my show, and she told me something fascinating and eye-opening for me. She said, "You think you're bilingual, or so many people think they're bilingual or multilingual. Well, you're not. You're not bilingual. You're diglossic." And I said, "What does that mean?" And she was like, "It means that in one particular context, only one language works for you. In another particular context, only the other language is natural for you. You're not actually using both languages across all contexts." And that leads me to thinking about when we are like that perhaps if I can, think aloud and ask you about this, it strikes me that it is therefore possible that you have a Hindi self and an English self, which are distinct from each other, perhaps in some way analogous to, there's a public self, private self, secret self kind of division that people often make. And of course, all of these are simplistic, but they are useful frames sometimes. So is that the case? Is the Hindi Vinayak different from the English Vinayak?
I think that's really interesting. I mean, Partha Chatterjee has written about this regarding himself, right?
Oh,
his Bengali self is, so he sort of thinks about, and I've written about his kind of autobiographical writings and his and the relationship between his autobiographical writings with his theoretical writings, because he has this kind of binary that he sets up in The Nation and Its Fragments and other places as well, where he's talking about that the real Bengali political self emerges in the Bengali language itself, not in English. And then I think that's why he's sort of so interested in thinking about the relationship of English versus Bengali in the creation of Bengali nationalism overall. For me, I haven't studied it as much as he has, but now you've provoked me to think about something. So what happens, there's a shift that happens periodically, and this happened in the US recently, which has never happened before, is when I come back to India, I speak. It takes me about a couple weeks to kind of get full speed ahead with my Hindi, because in the US, I'm mainly talking to my parents and my sister and a friend from Kanpur who lives in Chicago. And so I sort of want to speak to him regularly and he prefers speaking Hindi as well. So I don't get that much of an opportunity to speak. But the shift that happens when I come back to India after about 2 or 3 weeks is that I start dreaming in Hindi. I rarely dream in Hindi in the US. So recently I was dreaming in Hindi in the US, which is never happens. And maybe it was in anticipation of coming to India that it was. And for me, that's a moment of kind of almost a certain kind of psychic completion, if you want to think of it that way, that I find there's a certain kind of comfort in that. I mean, for me, when I come to India, that's one of the things I enjoy. I enjoy the food and I enjoy speaking in Hindi as much as I can. And I think that's what I sort of miss when I'm in the US. So I don't know if I fully answered the kind of question, but I think there are these lines that blur. At least for me, sometimes I think that they blur, and it happens when I least suspect it. I mean, I think that's probably for me. I haven't still fully thought about it, and part of me has resisted kind of doing a deep dive and sort of thinking psychically what this means. But I've always felt comfortable in sort of Hindi, and if I could speak more Hindi in the US, I would prefer that in a certain sort of way. Yeah.
Yeah, and you said you don't know if you've answered my question fully. As you know, and Savarkar did not, you can never answer a question fully, and yet every answer is valuable. So, yeah, tell me a bit about your sort of interior life growing up, because one, it's itinerant, you're going from place to place, London, New York, and then to Texas, and so on and so forth. So, what is your interior life here in the sense that are those sort of displacements something that are a problem for because you have to make new friends everywhere? How do you cope with that? And also, what's the imaginary life like? Like, is there a reading habit that your parents are cultivating? What do you speak about at the dining table? What do you speak about at home? Yeah. So what's happening in your head?
I think my dad is extremely political and an avid newspaper reader. So that is something we were constantly discussing. So when even today, when he'll call, he will ask, what did you read in the newspaper? And this is kind of our daily kind of conversation and sharing different items of news that either appeared in the New York Times or the Financial Times. I mean, those are the two papers I subscribe to, or any of the online papers that I was reading. So I think that I do remember reading the New York Times as a 7-year-old because this was something that we were doing as a family since I was a kid. And strangely enough, this is something a habit that I've kind of very carefully manicured for my son as well, as is the value of newspapers, knowing that they're going to be extinct in our own lifetime, right? We're sort of seeing the extinction happening in front of us, and it's almost impossible. So there is a certain kind of fetish for the newspaper, the kind of the physicality, the materiality of the paper as something that is part of the past that, and part of my own childhood that I think was very important. So I think those kinds of things were important. Now, regarding kind of the interior life, I thought this was just normal. I mean, in a strange sort of way. The moving around, because we weren't the only ones moving around. I mean, this Gwalior gang was moving around. But the kids that I grew up with in New York City in the apartment building were the kids who I was hanging out with in California. Wow. Because they had also moved. And they're the adults that I hang out with now. So we have these kind of long, decades-long connections. And I think one of the reasons we sort of are still connected is because of this kind of moving around. And our parents wanted us to interact with each other. There was some resistance to becoming Americanized, whatever that may mean. But I always realized that when I'd come back to India, that all the things that my parents and my uncles and aunties were saying is American were just things that teenagers did, right? So they would say, no, drinking is becoming an American, smoking is becoming an American, dating is becoming an American, and you'd come to India and your cousins are drinking, smoking, and dating. So that was a nice moment where you sort of realize that this was not a true explanation of what being an American means. So I think that's always been a challenge. But at another level, as an adult, because I went and back to Britain to study, and then coming to India for research, living in India for a while, and then going back to California and kind of triangulating between the three for a couple of decades. That what struck me at one point was I realized that when I'm in New York, when I'm in the US, I'm reading British and Indian things. When I'm in Britain, I'm reading American and Indian things. When I'm in India, I'm reading British and American things. So it's like wherever I am, I'm thinking about where I'm not, right? And I think that's part of this whole problems of the diaspora that that emerge. But I think I've come to, initially there was a questioning why I was doing this. Was I replicating in part what my parents and their friends were doing as kind of immigrants? But at a certain point, I sort of realized I'm actually okay with it. I'm okay with triangulating between these three places that I feel very comfortable in. I'm okay with not trying to resist it. And the option is simply just being in all three places at different points. And so then it's also a luxury, right? I have the luxury of being in these places. And when I realized that, it just, so whenever I was missing India, I could just go to India. I could go back to London or whatever, right? So in that sense, being an academic allows me that privilege to do that. So I think there was a point where I realized that I didn't need to resist or kind of want to be somewhere else. And it just sort of, I felt, over time has kind of worked out in that sense.
What you just said about wherever you are, you think of being somewhere else. It's not just an immigrant condition, it's a human condition in a sense, right? It's sort of universal in that way. And I'm just thinking if there was a Rushdie among you, there would have been this grand novel called Gwalior Rana, which, about tales of Gwalior, which are all over the world. Nice magic realism can emerge from there. Tell me also about your developing conception of yourself, because I imagine at one level you are a brown kid in largely white places, and back in the day they were more white than they are today. So there must be that sense of wanting to fit in and that awkwardness sometimes, even if you are surrounded by other kids around you. Like you said, in New York it was practically your little building of Gwalior doctors. But despite that, there would be that anxiety where you want to fit in and you want to show that you're a cool kid, you're one of the cool kids, etc., etc. And that anxiety would also, I think, as it is in most young people, be mirrored by the simultaneous search for oneself, like who the hell am I and what do I want to do? And it's a tug in different directions. On the one hand, you want to be someone who others validate and approve of and think of as cool, but at the same time you're also finding out things about yourself, perhaps in terms of what you don't want to do as much as what you want to do. So take me through that process of the kind of shaping of you. And I realize it's a lifelong process, but I guess that, when one is young, it is particularly intense and things happen fast.
Yeah. Maybe one way to answer that is to actually talk about when I'd come back to India, because I think that one of the interesting things, and I've written about this as well, is that what struck me coming back to India was the number of individuals who would tell me I had a strange name. And that struck me as very odd, because that's the same thing that the kids were telling me in the US, that you have a very strange name, right? They're coming from two different perspectives, but as a kid, I was still told that I have a very strange name. So these are like my grandfather's generation, or even some of my father's generation. Folks would say, you have a very odd name. And in the US, I kind of rationalized, okay, they don't know any better. But when it came to India, I was very confused. and I think in part that has helped me think about some of the, the writing I've done as well, is that the kind of naming that I have, the name that I have is both, it reflects a certain kind of, the last name betrays, its kind of background. I always tell my students that someone can look at my last name and pretty much figure out 100-mile radius of where our family originates from. My first name is Maharashtrian or South Indian, and when I tell people that it has become nationalized due to the process of Hindutva, that Vinayak doesn't necessarily go with Chaturvedi. And I was constantly being told in India that this is not, like, how did this happen, right? Both your parents are from North India. How did you have a Maharashtrian name? And so and so that's what I mean. Like, if I think about what happens in India for me when I was coming to visit, it was similar to what was happening in the US. So I sort of felt a certain, I'm not sure alienation would be the right word, but a certain sense of curiosity regarding this response, right? So I have a name that doesn't really fit in India, and I have a name that doesn't really fit in the US, especially in these small towns. And I've sort of forgotten many of these moments earlier in my childhood, but I have a childhood friend who I've been very close to, sort of best friends with since we were 12, and he comes from Mexico, and he's a Mexican American, and we were out of touch for a little while, and we got back in touch, and he would start sharing stories of our childhood that I had completely forgotten. And for him, he said our friendship was also part of that. We were the only two brown kids in our school, right? And that kind of drew us together, that we both came from immigrant families. His family had moved from Mexico. But I had completely blocked out that our relationship had some kind of founding in this, right? And so the question is why, right? I mean, like, why would I have sort of pushed this to the side? Whereas for him, it's still quite central and important. He still lives in the town that we grew up in. Maybe that has something to do with it. Whereas I moved to LA, and he did as well, but he kept coming back to the town. But that kind of, as you asked the question, it reminded me of my conversations with him and thinking about the place of the immigrant in these small towns. And I mean, I was the only Indian kid in our high school. So when I moved to Los Angeles, it was, again, quite fantastic, right? There's such great diversity and so on. But I'm sort of struggling to sort of fully kind of unpack the kind of the question of the interior. Were there moments of certain kinds of being slighted or marginalized? Absolutely. But then I think, coming from a family of a doctor, and there were also great moments of something else that was going on. And I think my father and mother had instilled in me this idea that you have options. You don't have to, there are ways to resist this. You have to be independent, autonomous. You have to work harder. You have to, and this is, I think, part of the immigrant experience too, that the way you resolve social problems, cultural problems, is just work harder, just be smarter than everyone, just be, just dominate more academically, intellectually, and everything will be fine, right? And that's not always the case, of course. But I think for him, my father, and for my mom, I think these were moments where any issues of conflict emerged. They instilled the idea that you have to sort it out. Even when I was 10, 12, 14, 16. So they had a great confidence that there was a way in which it could be sorted out, which is a very different way than of being that kids are today. The parental intervention at every level. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
And it's interesting, I think, that, the differing memories that you and your friend had could also perhaps be explained by the difference in the stories that you tell yourselves about yourselves. Mm-hmm. And maybe in his story, that difference, kind of stands out, that he's a brown kid in a white mm-hmm. place. And maybe that stands out more for him and less for you, mm-hmm. because you've kind of already internalized it and you're like looking at something else. So what was that story you told yourself about yourself? That who am I? What am I doing? Where am I going? What's the game?
And I think it had to do with, again, this issue of language and India, right? Because my parents were very interested in me maintaining this Indian identity, that there was this long history attached to it. This is just a temporary setback, I think they both had some vision they were going to come back. And so I think the anchor was still in India, right? So living in a small town, if there are any issues that came up, it's okay. I mean, India is much greater than the small town. I mean, this was the shadow of India was forever present. And the conversations with these kind of kids from Gwalior who were growing up in Southern California as well was also a space in which these things could be discussed, these things could be sorted out. But, I mean, interestingly, I mean, we moved to a place that was not only rural, but it was also extremely poor. So I think the issue of class has a lot to do with the ways it gets sorted out as well, right? The resistance to a certain kind of, professional who's there, but also the need for doctors. But simultaneously at school and sort of things, it has a different kind of manifestation. But again, I really haven't. I mean, I'm sort of struggling right now in terms of thinking through this because I think it is that distinction between my friend and I, where I've sort of maybe I've suppressed it, maybe I've moved on. I don't know. The psychoanalyst will say I've suppressed it. The cognitive behavioral therapists would say I've moved on, right? So I think that's maybe both things can actually be true at the same time, and so I think that that's kind of my answer. I think would be that that probably both are true. That I have resolved certain issues, and other things I probably have pushed deeper down.
From that distance, what did India look to you like? Like, A, what was your vision of India? Like, how did you see India? What did it mean to you? And B, what did your Indianness mean to you? Because I think what often happens with NRIs is that they move away from the country and they have a static image of the country in their minds, and the country keeps evolving in a different ways. For example, your parents characterizing drinking and smoking and dating as something that's American because, oh, we don't do that in India. But India is changing.
Yes.
People are doing that in India, right? And I wonder then, for you, what did India mean, and how did your visits to India kind of change that image, and so on and so forth? Because in a sense, there is a lifelong difference. And I would actually say that that life difference in the way you look at India, that is. And I would say in the context of the work you do and the books you write, that's actually a feature, not a bug. And it's a feature because you can see things that other Indian historians may not be able to see, and you can look at things in different ways. There might be things they've normalized and they don't look at, and there might be things which they have just been subconsciously trained that this is not something that you talk about. Like you mentioned the reluctance of the left and the right in India to even engage with the question of Savarkar at a particular point in time, and we'll get to that later. But in general, just how do you think, like, how was your vision of India and your vision of yourself as someone who has that India within him? How was that evolving over the years, and in what ways do you think that set you apart later in life?
So I think coming back to India every year, and not for short visits, sometimes 1 month, sometimes 2 months, meant that it wasn't a static vision for me. I mean, the fact that I was sort of a correspondent with my grandfathers, a correspondent with my cousins in sort of the old aerograms, the blue ones.
Wow.
And I actually just found one recently, and I sort of took a photo of it and sent it to my other cousin, and who was living in Lucknow at the time. And what was interesting to me was, he was talking in the letter. It's sort of very kind of straightforward letter. Things are fine, this, that. But he has one line in there about, things are difficult right now in Lucknow because of communal violence. And I'm like, okay, so this was in 1980. I mean, I think we were probably teenagers. We were 13 and 14 at the time.
Early 1980s.
Yeah. And so he's writing, and this is, and I wrote to him, I said, it's really interesting that, I mean, look at what you wrote, and as a 13-year-old, these were your observations. And so in that sense, I was constantly, this is pre-internet days, so we were writing letters to each other, and this was something that I was doing with my cousins. And I think that's also allowed me to, through them, have points of comparison for many different kinds of things, and feel connected in a way. If I hadn't been writing and hadn't been visiting and hadn't been kind of constantly reading and engaging, that it would have probably been very, very different. So I didn't feel as if I wasn't Indian in that sense. I mean, and in a strange sort of way, I held my Indian passport till the end of the Obama term, and when we knew that Trump was going to be coming in, Obama fast-tracked U.S. passports. You could get it within 3 months if you were a green card holder. And so that was the moment I decided, okay, I should become a U.S. citizen, worrying what was going to happen with the world of Trump. But in a sense, I probably would have held on to the Indian passport longer if that hadn't happened. And so in that weird legalistic sense, I never saw myself as not being Indian. Right. And people would say, "Oh, you're an NRI. You have an American passport." And my sort of moment of pride would be, "No, no, no. I still have an Indian passport. I can't travel to Europe either. I have to stand in line to get my visas too." Right. Much to the shock of everyone that this horror that why would you not get your American passport? So I guess this was kind of a long-winded way of sort of saying that it wasn't a static vision for me. It wasn't, and I think for me it was. I mean, and this was the kind of the conflict I had with my parents was theirs was more static than my vision, and as soon as I started studying Indian history, it became even more dynamic. Right, the disparities became even more, right, because I was reading stuff that was coming out instantaneously, and whereas they were not, right? So I think that would be sort of my way of sort of thinking that I didn't distinguish myself. I sort of as both an American and an Indian. I was an American who had an Indian passport.
Take me through the next part of your journey where you decide what you want to do in life. Like, tell me about the tennis, because you were a sort of a keen tennis player. You mentioned while we were having lunch, and took it really seriously. So, what's happening there? Was there a time you wanted to be a tennis pro, or how did you get into, for example, the kind of historical work that you've done? Was there a natural inclination towards that? Was there serendipity involved in some way, and could the path have been completely different? Take me through that phase of your life.
Yeah. So I started playing tennis seriously. It was probably when we moved to Texas. New York City is probably where I got the tennis bug. So we lived for 3 years in Forest Hills. And Forest Hills at the time was still where the U.S. Open was held. So it was held 2 blocks away from where our apartment building. And if you went to the roof of our apartment building, you could actually see some of the matches.
Wow.
So as a kid, I went to a lot of matches at the U.S. Open. I saw Connors and Borg and McEnroe, Ilia Nastase and Roscoe Tanner. And, my father would take me to these night matches, and we would be there until the, wee hours of the night. And so tennis, I sort of became fixated at a very young age with tennis. And I guess the other sport was baseball. I mean, as I said earlier, I was a fan of the New York Yankees from the age of 5, and so baseball was this kind of part of my being that was independent from everyone else. And again, not to keep coming back to the Gwalior gang of kids. That's one of the things that kept us together as well, is that we were all Yankee fans. No matter where we moved in the country, when we would meet, even though we became very, very different people, the one thing that connected us was that we all followed the New York Yankees baseball team.
Or the Gwalior Yankees, as it were.
The Gwalior Yankees, exactly. Yeah. I like that. That's good. So when we moved to Texas, that was the first time we lived across a street of 10 tennis courts. And so this was the place where I could now fully exploit, started training at that point. Moving to California, again, the training continued because the weather is great, and there's tennis courts everywhere. But I played competitively, but I realized that, at a certain point, I didn't have enough training. I didn't have enough, experience competitively to go any further with it. And so that was always kind of fun, and even till today, I sort of follow tennis very closely. I follow baseball less so. That's a different story why I follow baseball less, but I would still say I was a Yankee fan. But baseball has changed, as big sports have overall, and they've become sort of this kind of global phenomenon with I enjoy reading this sports writer, Dave Zirin, who has this book called I think it's called Bad Sports: How Owners Have ruin the games we love. And reading that, it was kind of the realization that what was nostalgic about what was happening in the past with sports was the fact that it wasn't as vulgar as it's become today in a certain way. So tennis, I was sort of the third generation tennis player. My grandfather was a tennis player. My father played in college. My son plays, so he's the fourth generation tennis player. So it's been part of our, sort of family history to a certain extent, and that's sort of what got me interested in thinking about history of tennis overall. Was this kind of personal connection that I've had with tennis. What was the other part of
The other part was the direction that you took in terms of studying history
yes.
and all of that.
So I started as an undergraduate at UCLA as a biology major, and I studied science for 3 years. But within the American system, you have to take these general education classes. And so what I was doing was I was taking as many Indian history classes and Indian art history classes for all my GEs, Indian literature classes. And so I would take my science classes, and then I would have these fun classes, as I called them. And I sort of, by my second year, third year, I sort of made the switch. And I think that switch became easier because I'd already done all these classes as I was taking these. And when I finished my undergraduate degree, I felt I hadn't had enough of history. I'd sort of felt like I'd missed out. So I then started my master's program at UCLA in history. At that point, I became very interested in Marxism. I had a couple of professors who were at UCLA who were extremely influential. I sort of, thinking back at the days at UCLA in the late 80s, early 90s, what was amazing was that, like, for example, the editorial board of the New Left Review was teaching at UCLA. So Robert Brenner, Perry Anderson, Mike Davis, and many others. And it was sort of this vibrant place where people came to study social theory and Marxism. And I just happened to be there because I was interested in studying science, and I became more interested in sort of the questions of the transition from feudalism to capitalism because of Robert Brenner, who was sort of famous for this debate called the Brenner debate that he was, and I kind of at that point stopped looking back. I was like, okay, this is what I am really interested in, and I became interested in thinking about the question of the peasantry in India because I'd been studying all this stuff about India, but through him, I began to think about the peasant question overall, and the fact, I remember at one point I read very early on in my academic career that 90% of not only India, but the world's population were living in the countryside. And it struck me that, you have to understand that part of the world if we're going to try to understand what's happening in India or anywhere else. The French Annales School folks, the British Marxists, the American social historians the German microhistorians had been working on the peasantry, and I hadn't been exposed to the Indian historiography at that time. And so I thought the logical thing to do would be to come to India. So I remember on a visit, I went to JNU, and everyone at that time who I was meeting in the US, who was doing a PhD in the humanities or social sciences, all had trained at JNU. And so I thought, okay, this is fantastic. So if I really want to be a good Indian historian, South Asianist, I need to come to JNU to study. I'd already at that point developed some interest also in thinking about communalism. And so I thought the obvious person to work with was Bipin Chandra, because he had written both on communalism and on the peasantry and Marxism. So I remember I wrote to him saying, can I come and meet you? And so I remember meeting him. But what struck me about my meeting with him, he was very kind, very generous, very almost curious. I was a curiosity for him, that why am I here? right? He was like, everyone, all the kids want to go to the US or Europe to study. He had gone to study at Stanford, and during the McCarthy period, he was thrown out of the country because of his links to the Communist Party and socialism. So, but the thing that struck me, and going back to what we were talking about earlier, he said, "You've grown up in America. You can never understand communalism." Right. And I thought it was a little disheartening. I'm like, what do you mean I can't understand communalism? And I sort of intellectually, he's like, you're an American, you can't understand. So my response to him, of course, was, I'm not an American. And he's like, no, the way you speak, you're an American. And I would say, no, I'm not an American. And so it struck me, it was the same conversations I was having in different ways with other people. And unfortunately, so he said, yes, you should come and study. But the JNU administration sent me my admission letter 2 months after the term had already started. So, so the JNU plan didn't work out. But in the meantime, I had also wanted to then go to Cambridge because I wanted to learn how to use archival material. And so I ended up, instead of going to JNU, I went to Cambridge. I did an MPhil there. And I worked with Chris Bailey. And even though he wasn't a Marxist, he was sort of very influenced by Marx. He was asking similar questions that Robert Brenner was asking regarding merchants. And I thought this was a good fit. Several people had recommended that if you want to learn how to use archival materials and learn how to read primary sources, working with him will give you that training. So my plan was to study with him for a year and then come back to the US. But I found him to be intellectually and ethically someone I enjoyed working with. And so then I sort of just decided to stay in Britain to do my PhD. And sort of that was sort of the long journey between starting off studying in the sciences. I enjoyed my chemistry classes, but I didn't see myself pursuing chemistry in the long run. I enjoyed organic chemistry especially, but again, I didn't see myself working in a lab or in a pharmaceutical company. I wanted a different kind of intellectual rigor, and history and doing archival work was a good fit for me in that sense. It allowed my brain to imagine and explore things in a way that I found kind of very satisfying. I mean, I've talked about in the past, the UCLA was also the place where my favorite historian of all time, if I can put it that way, was teaching as well, Carlo Ginzburg. And Carlo Ginzburg didn't work on India, and he was sort of a soft Marxist. But what struck me about his work was that it was extremely imaginative. And when I read The Cheese and the Worms, it's about the 16th century Miller, it was kind of transformative that history could be written in a different sort of way, in a different kind of mode, in a different kind of style, in a different kind of form as well. And the more I read Ginsberg as to why he was writing the history the way he was, the fact that he was influenced by novels. His mother was a novelist. His father was a literary scholar who was also imprisoned by Mussolini at the same time that Gramsci was imprisoned. His father was tortured and died in prison. That there was this kind of autobiographical connection to thinking about this 16th century Miller who goes through the Inquisition and is tortured himself. But Ginsberg had this kind of really interesting kind of links between the autobiography and history writing that I found extremely compelling. He was a literary stylist as a historian, but he was also a deep archivist in the sense he found history extremely valuable and important, and to doing archival work. And so for me, I was kind of inspired by his work, and the fact that he was also at UCLA led me to kind of thinking about certain sets of questions. And the thing that struck me the most was he says that when you walk into an archive, you have to have imagination. And you can't, and if you go with just a specific set of questions, that's not enough. You have to go in and think about when you're sitting in the archive, that this is a space where you can, if he says, if you can imagine something happened in the past, it probably did. But the historian is not the novelist. The historian has to have sort of evidence and an evidentiary base by which to make certain kinds of truth claims. And I think at a certain level, my science training with sort of the interest in sort of the literary came together in through Ginsberg. And for me, when I would go into archives, I would always have that in mind. And for me, that still remains sort of my favorite part of being a historian is the place of the archive, right? And I know that there's a lot of criticism about the archive. I'm not trying to romanticize the archive, but at another level, I think it is something that provides a way of asking questions and understanding the past, not simply for material, but how people thought about the world back, whatever time period you're looking at, that is so fundamentally different, right? I mean, this is something that Ginsberg also talks about, that when you look back at the past, we know that they're humans, but they're not us, right? And I always found that to be an interesting formulation, that we're looking at humans, but they're not us. And I think that's part of the problem. If we think that they are us and we are them, that is part of, I think that's what's also influenced the ways in which I've thought about the Savarkar project as well, overall. So those are the kinds of things that got me really kind of excited about shifting disciplines and wanting to be a historian.
Have you read the short story The Egg by Andy Weir?
No, I haven't.
I'll quickly give you a synopsis because it speaks to something you just said. And the synopsis is this guy dies and he goes to heaven. And while he's in heaven, it's perfectly pleasant there and all of that. And he's kind of chilling out. And I forget the details, but at some point, God, who is a standard bearded guy, kind of comes to him and says that, okay, it's time for you to be reborn. So he says, yeah, I'm getting reborn. Does this mean that this whole Hindu thing of reincarnation is true? And God says, nah, not exactly, but you're going to be reborn. We're sending you back to earth. So he says, okay, where am I going to be? Who am I going to be? And then he's sent back as a 15th century peasant or something of that sort. And he's like, hey, this is weird. I can be reborn back in time? And God says, yeah, happens all the time. So he says, wait a minute. That must mean that at some point, one of my cells must have met another of my cells. So God says, yeah, happens all the time. So he says, what do you mean all the time? So he says, I mean all the time, because you see, all of you, everyone who's there, you're the same person reborn multiple times, right? So you were the Buddha, you are Hitler, you are the Jews he killed, all of them is you, right? All of them is you. And so she says, so do you mean that all of them is me, is you? Are you part of the equation? So God says, no. This is the universe is the egg. All of you have to live out all these lives, and then I come. Something to this effect. But I found this fascinating when, you point to Ginsberg saying that, remember, they are people, but they are not you. So I instantly thought of this story.
Yeah.
What I get from the story is a sense of Ginsberg's, I mean, it's probably not an appropriate word, but it's the first word that came to my head, aliveness. That you are not looking at all this material as something that is dead, static matter, words on pages, printed ink on pages, and you're going through them. There's an aliveness. Some of it, I'm sure, comes from that personal connection which the imagination gives you, that his father died in Mussolini's prison. So therefore, that gives him the connect to other people who've been through other struggles and so on. But in general, what I have noted is that in every single profession, whether it's yours or mine, you will have 95% of the people essentially becoming zombies and going through the motions. That there are things that you do, there are boxes that you tick. Oh, I want tenure, gotta publish there, gotta publish there. What paper do I write? This is fashionable, this will get me funding. Let me kind of do this. Even if I'm examining something, when I go to the archives, I go there with just a set of questions. While the other 5% go there with imagination, as you pointed out. So I also want to ask about how, like, the questions that you have asked in your work makes it completely obvious that you are in that 5%, as it were. Is this something that you arrived at, or were you always this kind of person who's like energetic and curious and you want to find out shit and that drives you? Or is it something that you pick up from the mentors that you're lucky to have at different points in time, like Ginsberg and Bailey and whoever else? Tell me a little bit about that. That how do you arrive at this? And the observation I made about other areas, is it also true of academia? That most people are going through the motions and ticking the boxes, and there are just a few people who'll do the kind of work that, like, for me, the way you describe Ginsberg and from whatever I've read of Chris Bailey, obviously these guys are outliers, right? So,
Yeah, academia is changing, and I think the neoliberal university is transforming academia to the extent that you are required, and it depends on every country, slightly different. So Great Britain is different. They do a lot more bean counting regarding publications than the Americans do. But it's not to say that the Americans aren't sort of following close behind. The publishing world has changed. Libraries have changed, right? So if they're not buying books, Stanford University Press, a university that is as wealthy as Stanford is now thinking about ending its print house, right? It's publishing academic books because it's not of, the price cost ratios don't add up. And this wasn't always the case when it came to academic publishing. So I think there's been a radical shift that's been happening, and that's directly connected to the kind of publishing that takes place. There's also a technological shift. I remember one of my graduate students asking me, when I look back at professors in the 70s, 80s, 90s even, they were so much more prolific than they are now. And what's your explanation for that? And I said, well, one explanation is the computer. It has certainly helped us do research in certain ways, but it's also hindered us in other ways. The fact you would sit in an archive because you knew you had limited time, or you would sit in a library and you would maximize your time there. Whereas if you go to archives today, you see graduate students taking their cell phones out and clicking page after page after page, clicking thousands of pages. I have one student who, clicked thousands of pages. And I'm like, when are you going to actually go through this? Right? Versus actually going through it when you're sitting there. So I think there's been a shift at multiple levels, but I think the biggest shift has come from above, where university administrators see academics oftentimes as inhibiting them from doing what they need to do, which is very strange, right? That those who are actually doing the research and teaching in certain disciplines are now seen as being obstructing the purpose of the university, because administrators have a different role as well. They see themselves as CEOs, or and they openly talk about this. If you listen to the presidents or vice chancellors of universities, they'll describe themselves as CEOs. If it's a public university, they often describe themselves as government officials, right, who are in this bureaucracy to maximize what's going on in the university. So I think that has led to different kinds of pressures put on academics as well. My son's tennis coach would always ask me what's going on in the university, because he was always following university politics. And he would say, what, you academics haven't figured one thing out. The administrators have tricked you. I said, what do you mean? He goes, you're the content providers, but you don't treat yourselves as the content providers, right? He goes, to use the language of today's sort of media landscape, right? That you're producing the content, but they're the ones who are benefiting from the kind of the financial perks of the university, not you guys. So I thought that's always been an interesting, that within this neoliberal economies and the transformations in higher education has led to less kind of exploration and productivity of academics, because the clock is on, right? So as soon as I got my tenure track job, my very first meeting with my department chair, he said, just remember the clock is ticking, right? So you're fully aware that this is going on, but then there are requirements of teaching and administration that have exponentially increased, especially administration, the requirements for which has, so you have to balance your time. The University of California, for example, right now is trying to pass legislation by the UC regents that run the university, the 10 campuses, that faculty members cannot write certain kinds of things, right? And so you're beginning to see a shift that's happening, because if it hurts the reputation of the university, if you take a position on a certain kind of work, right? So the question for, for me would be, well, as a historian of South Asia, can I write about Hindutva? Or is that the university is going to say, no, in the future, you can't write about Hindutva? Can people write about Zionism or critiques of Zionism? Or can you write about, things that the university deems that donors will not like? That's also now happening. So it's a sort of a longer way of kind of addressing this issue of the shifts that have happened in publishing and spaces for academics to have time to explore, right? Whereas graduate students today are also on the clock. They get funding for a very limited time, and they have to produce in a very limited time, which also means that they can't study as many languages. They can't go to as many archives. They can't give themselves time to explore. I mean, sort of Amitav Ghosh's In an Antique Land is this exploration of a graduate student. I can't imagine how that would work out today, right? Where he would just leave his project and go to Egypt and learn a specific dialect of Arabic, and then several years later come back to finish the dissertation. So you have these kind of transformations taking place. And I think, unfortunately, I think you're correct, right? I mean, regarding academics, there's a shift into moving into administration. It pays better. The pressure of publishing is not as much. And you don't have to teach, right? So, or you have limited teaching. So I think for a lot of folks, that is a certain appeal where I don't have to know, I no longer have to do research. And for me, I feel sort of the opposite. I mean, I feel that what sustains me is the research, as opposed to the other aspects of being an academic. And so I think for figures like Ginsburg or Bailey, as you were asking, I mean, I think, yes, they are outliers, because I think they came in at a time where you could explore in ways that I think are limiting today. But they were also individuals who, I mean, Ginsburg's still writing, and I don't know Ginsburg personally, but with Chris Bailey, I think what was interesting was that, he was continually writing, and he was working on multiple books. And I remember asking him one time, how many books are you working on right now? And he said, I'm working on 4 books right now. And he, of course, finished those books. And I said, do you ever take a break? And he says, I give myself 2 days after I finish a book for a break where I'm not writing. Because he goes, I worry that if I stop writing for too long, I won't be able to start up as quickly or as efficiently as I am right now. So I think there's a generational shift. There's additional professional pressures. There's pressures in publishing. Publishers don't want to publish long books. I mean, this is another issue, right? So even when I was writing the Savarkar book, one of the publishers I was speaking to said, even before I even wanted to have a conversation, he goes, I want you to cut the book. I said, but why don't you look at it first? And he said, no, right? I mean, that we're not going to look at a book if it's beyond a certain number of words, right? So the challenge, if you're writing long form writing, is also a challenge, because not every academic publisher, is interested in publishing long books also. So you're beginning to see shifts in the landscape regarding a whole set of institutional pressures. I think the other major pressure that's happened is, whereas when I started as an academic teaching, something like 80% of the jobs were tenure track or tenured positions in the United States, it's down to 30 now. So, which means that 70% are PhDs who don't have security of employment. So they're sort of like gig workers, basically. I don't think that's good for long-term for higher education as well, right? So I think these are sort of both the political, economic explanation for the shifts that are happening in academia. But I think you're correct that there are people who produce a lot, and I think they create a time for the research as well. And I think the more research you're doing, the more exciting it is, and you're more connected. Your brain is operating on a different register but the big problem in the humanities and for many of the social sciences, you're doing this alone, right? Which is very different than the sciences and engineering, where you work with teams. And that the isolated space of the historian or the anthropologist or others is also a problem. Doing archival work in India is becoming more and more difficult. So, so if you can't do archival work, entry into archives becomes more challenging. It's going to create a shift, and we're seeing that shift happening in front of us right now, I think.
Wise words, lot to process in everything you said, and I, agree with all of it. My question originally was also the human tendency for human beings in whatever they're doing to kind of get into the groove where,
Yes.
they coast most of the time and very few make an effort. I'll push back slightly against your phrasing of neoliberal university, because everything that you described seems to me to be a manifestation of the opposite. I mean, when I look at academia from outside, and I've had many guests who've spoken about this, including the guest who was sitting right here yesterday. We had a long chat about it. He's also a professor. Is about the takeover over the last few decades of universities by the far left, and recently the stranglehold they've got over there, where ideological diversity has been completely shot to death and destroyed. If there is censorship happening on what you can write or what you cannot write, it is censorship from the far left. You adhere to their dogmas or you're out. You don't get funding. You have to think in a particular way. Everything you described about the administrators is absolutely true, but this seems to me to be a mirror of statism rather than anything that would emerge from markets with its competition and its openness and so on. I had the great Timur Quran on my show, and he was talking about all of these things, but he was telling me that, listen, the books that he wrote rather, about preference falsification or the Middle East would not be possible today. He would not be able to write those books today. And he told me about his struggles with his graduate students who, on the one hand, they want to do a particular kind of work, but on the other hand, they are worried that there will be repercussions. And the question is, do I, blunt my soul and conform to what I have to do, the fashions of the day or whatever, the incentives take me towards, or do I try and follow my heart? And I think in any other field, like I don't even know what the term neoliberal is supposed to mean, because no one's defined it to me. But it seems in many ways by many people, the way they use it, and I'm not saying it's used that way all the time, but many people use it almost as a lazy, convenient pejorative that you tag on to something.
Okay.
And
So I guess I would probably clarify my point by saying that I think, and it addresses some of what you're saying, right? Is that the job? I'll give you an example. The job of a dean at a public university today is primarily fundraising, and I think what gets missed out in a lot of conversations about academic freedom and the kind of shifts that are happening in the university is the perpetual loop of the states cutting funding to the university and saying you need to privately raise the money now, and that's what I meant when I said sort of one of the shifts in the neoliberal university. There are more administrators than there are faculty members, right? So there's a self-sustaining, and these administrators are there under the guise that they're going to be fundraising for the university. And once that cycle begins and you've gutted, what the amount of money that you're giving to students, and I don't think that there's enough discussion of the role of donors, political donors who want to influence what is happening at the university, donors who are interested in dictating curriculum, donors who are interested in wanting to interfere with tenure cases, donors who are interested in, the most amazing one was, I'm forgetting his first name, but Munger, who worked with Warren Buffett. Charlie Munger wanted to give $200 million to UC Santa Barbara. And he had this wild idea to build dorms, to build these high-rise dorm buildings in which there would be no windows. But that was, for some reason, this was one of his kind of ideas, that having windows in the dorm rooms is a problem. So he had this experiment that he was interested in pursuing. So, but the condition was, I'll give you the 200 million if this is what so that's just one example. But what we're beginning to see with whether it was the Harvard case, whether it's the UPenn cases, that these donors are, whether it's even at my university, whether it's up at UCLA, every major university is in this current climate of seeking donors. So I think that is part of the calculus, right, of the formula regarding what's happening with universities as well. And that's what I was really trying to address. That I was talking to a student who was telling me in biomedical sciences that in their lab you have the professor standing next to a venture capitalist who has brought a team of lawyers, patent lawyers, and a couple of experts, and they will go through student by student whether the project that they're working on is a viable project that can be patented, and funding to that lab will be determined based on these kind of interactions, which I couldn't imagine this kind of. And it's happening in the open. So that's what I mean. I mean, that there are these kind of shifts that are happening vis-a-vis within the university due to both funding cuts, donors, politicians interfering with curriculum. But on your point regarding sort of censorship of the far left, I would sort of say the far left has actually been marginalized in this. I sort of think that the kinds, it's liberalism gone bad, is how I would describe the kind of intolerance. It's sort of bad liberals who are, as opposed to sort of the left. I think the mainstream sort of media oftentimes wants to label what's going on as the far left, but those who are on the far left would go, that's not us.
But those who are on the far left aren't condemning these woke excesses at all. At least not publicly, because they'll get cancelled and their careers will be destroyed. So it is therefore a reasonable assumption that it is the far left, because wokeism has emerged out of this far left. I agree with you. Is liberalism gone wrong? I think wokeism begins where liberalism ends, and it is actually a betrayal of the left. But the left is not speaking out, whether it is scared or whether it is, for whatever reasons. Like when I think of, and I actually agree with you, like the research lab example that you gave is horrendous and terrible. And what I really meant when I said universities was, I was focusing on the humanities. Yeah. For example, what happened in Harvard is a good example. Claudine Gay was a disgraceful scholar. She should never have gotten to that position that she did. She wrote 12 papers in her lifetime. 7 of them were deeply, heavily plagiarized from multiple sources, which, people have used euphemisms to kind of justify. One of her early papers had incredibly dubious data. None of that shit would really have passed a usual, regular process. Any PhD student studying in that university would have been severely disciplined, if not kicked out, if they did 1/10 of the plagiarism that she did. And yet she got to this heavy administrative position, destroying careers of people like Ronald Fryer in between and various others. And I'll put all those links in the show notes. Yeah. And to me, the money had nothing to do with that. It was really the far left, or, the betrayers of the far left, if you want to call them that, who created this. It was, at least in the humanities, the universities have certainly been captured by this strain of thinking. And part of the reason is, of course, the comfort they get from this incredible endowments, which act as a kind of debt capital, and the donors aren't having that much influence. I wish they did. What you say of Charlie Munger and the windowless dorm seems completely bizarre to me. I have no idea what the reasoning there would be. But I think if the donors had more of a say, this kind of shit would not be happening. And it's astonishing to me that we think in such tribal ways that so many people rushed out to defend Claudine Gay. Why would you do that? If she was your PhD student, you would disassociate with someone with, that level of, ethical behavior and mediocrity to boot. So, that's my sort of brief response.
No, I think you're correct regarding, sort of the plagiarism issue, right? And I think where it gets caught up is the fact that who outed her as a plagiarist, right?
It doesn't matter.
No. I'm saying that I'm not in agreement with that point. I'm just saying that is part of the kind of the response. And certainly, graduate students would not, this would not be acceptable, right? But at the same time, the funding, so places like Harvard, in which, And I think maybe there should be a distinction between which kind of donors we're talking about, right? So if you're donating 30 to 100 million dollars, you have a lot of say. If you're donating a million to 2 million or even $10 million, you don't have as much say. And I think there is a distinction that, and these people have figured this out, right? The hedge fund guys that are donating money to Harvard or UPenn, who are saying we're going to withhold $100 million, that can get the president of the university fired, as it did at UPenn, right?
I mean, she got fired for not just that. I mean, she was at that congressional
Congressional
meeting
hearing,
where
yes.
she was asked that, if someone stands up and demands a genocide of the Jews, would you consider that, hate
Yes.
speech or whatever? And she refused to take a stand against genocide. All three of those people did, where they were. And to me, this is really simple. This is not political. It doesn't matter who you sympathize with or which side you're
Yes.
on. Genocide is bad, period. If the same question said genocide of African Americans, then of course they would be up in arms and said, yes, we would condemn that. But when you say genocide of Jews, suddenly, I mean, it boggles my mind. She deserved to be sacked, of course.
Yeah, and I think the ways in which they answered those questions, I mean, it was completely, unacceptable, and it was clear that they had bad lawyers that they all consulted. I mean, this was as opposed to sort of offering, yes, we condemn genocide, but we are for academic freedom and free speech,
Exactly.
and the fact that none of the people who were protesting, or most of them, were not calling for genocide, right? And answering the question in a way that were answered in the past when it came to the McCarthy hearings of the 50s and so on, that, we are for free speech. We are for academic freedom. We are for condemning this kind of, call for genocide. But give us an example where genocide give me an example of where this actually happened. Where did someone actually call for genocide on our campus? And we will investigate it. I think that would have resolved the issue.
Exactly.
But they didn't do that, right? And I think this is part of trying to figure out, figure out what is the best way to manage donations at one level. I mean, I do think that this is part of what their job is, and I think if you talk to administrators behind closed doors off the record, they're much more honest in terms of how much money is going to get them what they want, right? And when they're lawyered up, you see what happens.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on from that to something else. When you were talking about Bailey and your time with him, yeah, you mentioned that intellectually and ethically, he changed the way that he affected you, he influenced you. Double click on that, on both of those aspects.
So he was, I think intellectually he was interesting to me, perhaps because he represented sort of the best kind of English liberal. He was interested in argumentation, interpretation, and with evidence. And so what I thought was really interesting about him was you did not have to clone his ideas. I mean, there's plenty of academics who demand that their students replicate what they're saying, maybe with just a different example. This is a sort of a vulgarized version of this, but he was actually not interested in creating clones. I mean, in that sense, intellectual clones. What he was interested in creating were individuals who knew how to do research and could interpret and argue, right? And so what I thought was really interesting about him is that he would try to figure out who you were intellectually and politically, and then no matter what that position was argue against you. And I had never had anyone who took that as a project. And he demanded that when you worked with him the first year, you have to meet him once a week. And once a week, all you do is you discuss what you read and how you interpreted it and the questions that you didn't ask. And that kind of weekly training of, I'm going to give you 50 things to read. I know you're not going to get through 50, and he wanted you to read primary archival sources at the same time you're reading secondary sources. So it's this kind of daily kind of ritual training of reading, writing, and then knowing that at the end of the week, we're going to have this conversation of what you read and how you interpreted. And you always felt leaving there that, I certainly have missed more than I, and And so for me, that's what I meant. I mean, intellectually, but yet he was someone who was also very influenced, he says, by historical materialism and the arguments of the Marxists. But he wasn't a Marxist. He said, till this point, we don't have a better explanation for historical change. So in that sense, he was an intellectual pluralist. He didn't need you to agree with him, but he wanted to understand how you were going to offer an explanation of historical change. And unless you had a better explanation than historical materialism, this is, so he was very interested, but he was also interested in issues of ideas and the relationship of process and ideas. And I think in part his own work shifted from being a social historian to intellectual historian. And I think he trained his students to think both as social historians and shifting to intellectual history. How do those two things combine? And I think his work on sort of Bunya's in, EUP was important because he said, what I realized I didn't think initially was that I'm doing this kind of social economic history, but as traders and travelers, they're also exchanging ideas. And how do we try to understand ideas? And in many ways, he kind of anticipated the development of intellectual history back in the 80s. And he was writing about this, that the way the direction the field should shift is really thinking about intellectual history. I mean, to kind of just give you one kind of anecdote, I mean, the first conversation I had with him is that he called me when I was living in Los Angeles, when I was still at UCLA, to tell me that I'd been accepted to work with him. And but he called me at 5:30. No, he called me at 5 a.m.
Wow.
And I picked up the phone. I was asleep, and he said, "Oh, I'm assuming you're up already, and you started your day." And I was like, "Sure." And he proceeded to read what I had written, and line by line told me what I should read before I come. And I remember sort of being kind of overwhelmed the very first time I spoke to him on the phone, where he had given me 50, 60 things to read in a month before I showed up, right? And I was like, what have I gotten myself into here, right? And so I think intellectually, that kind of constant support. He was also, you'd give him anything in writing, whether it's 5 pages or 50 pages, 100 pages, he'd have it read within a day or two and ready to discuss it with you. So for him, that productivity was actually about the writing, right? The production was, and when you were producing, that's when you needed to kind of be constantly given feedback. It's not like months go by. So that was, I thought, and that's what I meant also ethically, right? That there was a certain kind of both demand for work ethic because he was working, but simultaneously an intellectual kind of rigor that was attached to that kind of ethic. But I also thought he was extremely ethical in his interactions with students, I mean, he was because he was based in Cambridge, he was constantly, especially in the North American Academy and also in the Indian Academy, was criticized, if not condemned, for some of the things that he had written about. And he kept, but yet for me, I thought both as intellectually and ethically and personally, he was much more dynamic than that. And the fact that he produced over 80 PhD students who I mean, I don't know most of them, but the ones that I do know, I mean, we all do very, very different kinds of work, but he clearly has left a kind of intellectual stamp, if you want to use that metaphor, not for the kind of interpretations we have, but for kind of the rigor that is required to do for the projects that you're working on.
I first read Bailey when I read Birth of a Modern World, but after that I went on to read all the great writing he's done about 19th century India, 18th century India. And I'm struck by, a phrase that you quoted him as using in your book, where you speak about how he described, the times of Savarkar, as it were, as there being a fluid intellectual economy in the country. And that phrase, fluid intellectual economy, struck me. Now, if we, for a moment, take that word away from the context of the time he used it for, and and just look at it as a value on its own, thinking aloud, it feels to me that that fluidity is an ethical value by itself. That, too often what happens is that, and I think the point of the phrase really is that later on in time you solidify, and so Savarkar for you is a right winger and no one will engage, and M.N. Roy is a communist and they're on a completely different ends, but at the time they are engaging with each other. M.N. Roy is touching his feet at that function, as you pointed out. At the time it doesn't matter. You also point out elsewhere that, when you joined the group that Bhagat Singh was part of, you had three essential readings, and one of them was something like the life of Barrister Savarkar or whatever. It was about Savarkar itself. So those lines weren't hard and fast. It was fluid. But later on, because of whether it's intellectual laziness or whether it's because of tribalism, those lines get ossified and you cannot cross that line anymore easily. And I'm thinking at some extent, like when you talk of his intellectual pluralism, that even though he admired Marxism, he wasn't a Marxist in the historical sense, and it seems to me that that is such an incredible value, and that also would explain why he didn't create clones, why he created a diverse bunch of people, because what really matters is that fluidity, and then of course all the rigor and all that you guys are taught, the work ethic and all of that.
Yeah.
So is that something that you agree with, that openness to ideas, to not put things in boxes, that's an essential part of doing history?
No, I mean, for me, yes. I mean, I think, and for me, that phrase was, when I read it, it was very important for me in terms of the realization that it might be the reason he was fascinated by it was because he was kind of doing that himself. And he was someone who was very interested in not only breaking the sort of the barriers between, let's say, the 18th and the 19th century, right? So temporal fluidity, right? That we can't sort of, the fluidity between sort of these narratives about the Mughals and the British, the fluidity between, social and economic, and then from the social to the intellectual. But also geographically. I mean, he saw himself because he saw himself as a world historian as well, that, he's writing about the Safavids, the Mughals, he's writing about, and especially in The Birth of the Modern World, I mean, what struck me about that is he's talking about examples about what's going on in South Asia, but then he very quickly moves to Japan, very quickly moves. I mean, there is a certain kind of acrobatics, if you want to call it, that he does in The Birth of the Modern World, because he doesn't need to go deep there, that he's able to move, but he's moving with this kind of, again, fluidity, showing you that don't be exceptionalist about wherever you're working on, don't be exceptionalist, right? And I think that's an important lesson as well, right? That, that every time you think that whatever is unique about whatever you're working on, that there are parallels, or what he'd like to use sort of analogies, right? Or analogs that are important to study in order to confirm whether you're correct or not about your own understanding of what is exceptional. So I think you're actually correct in your reading that there is this commonality between that formulation and kind of the work that he's doing. But I think what he's also emphasizing in that book on liberalism is that when we look at these moments in the past, that we break out of these kind of categories too, right? That the categories that have limited the historiography, right? I mean, I remember he jokingly would say, I can write freely because I don't have to make a commitment to being an Indian nationalist or a British imperialist. I'm neither of these things, so I don't have a commitment to either, right? I think that allowed him to say certain kinds of things, which created problems for an entire generation of historians who work on India, who saw him as not taking a nationalist position enough, right? And I think we see the same kind of pattern that happened with Perry Anderson's Indian ideology, the kind of that because he's so, I mean, Perry Anderson gave his talk up at Stanford where he was so antagonistic to the idea of nationalism that he said, at one point he was told, and when he was much younger, by Isaac Deutscher, that, remember, even Lenin made a distinction between nationalisms that are anti-imperialist and nationalisms that are imperialist. So you have to make that distinction. You have to allow for that. But I think, and he said he described himself as a nationalist nihilist. And I mean, I'm not sure Bailey would use that category, but I think there was something there as well in some of his work where, he was liberated from the burdens to a certain extent of making claims about Indian nationalism, and to look at the kind of connections allowed him, I think, as you said, I mean, this formulation of the intellectual fluidity, the economy of the intellectual fluidity was an important, at least for me. I don't know if other intellectual historians have picked that up, but for me, in terms of my own writing about Savarkar, I mean, that was something that was part of what informed the way I was thinking about the project.
Tell me what else happened in those years. Like, who were your other mentors, and how were your frames of looking at the world developing? Were there books that deeply influenced you, thinkers that deeply influenced you? Like, at one level, it seems that there can sometimes be a certain part dependence to the way that you develop, depending on where you happen to be and who your mentors happen to be. Like, I'm guessing that at least one part of the reason that you could approach a subject like Savarkar in the way that you did is because you did not have to put yourself in a box or care about those intellectual fashions. And, Bailey being your mentor could be one reason for that. And I guess there's a lot else that is going on in that environment. So tell me about how you were being shaped at that time. What were the big influences on you?
Sure.
And.
I mean, I've mentioned Carlo Ginzburg, but I think what allowed me to think about subaltern studies. I mean, subaltern studies was by far the most exciting thing that was happening coming out of South Asian history when I was in grad school. So for me, that was very important in the ways in which I understood the problems of history writing and the possibilities of history writing. I mean, Shai Amin's writings, especially Event Metaphor Memory, for me was, again, something that was really important, in part because it reminded me very much of Carlo Ginzburg. And I think what interested me about the subalternists also is that there were these really interesting parallels between Ginzburg's writings, who was also a Gramscian, and the subalternists who were very interested in Gramsci. But the fact that they never communicated with each other was really interesting to me too. So I've written about this more recently, sort of thinking about sort of this missed opportunity of collaborating with someone like Ginsberg. And then there was another Africanist who was really important at that time, who wrote, Stephen Freierman, who wrote this book called Peasant Intellectuals. And he worked on East Africa, but again, he was a Gramscian. And so for me, it was like sort of, there were these Gramscians who were interested in peasants as thinkers, as political actors. But what again comes out of all this is the commonality between these kind of thinkers is that methodologically, they're trying to be innovative in challenging kind of normative ways in which history is written, right? So Freierman does something completely, what I would describe as crazy. He first does a PhD in I think in anthropology, and then he does a PhD on the same subject in history. So he could write,
Wow.
his. I think he interviews something like 10,000 people to write this book that took him over 20 years to write. So for me, it was like, okay, like this is kind of a kind of intellectual commitment. And so these Gramscians, and then even like Ranjit Gua's Elementary Aspects of Peasant Insurgency, it took him 20 years to write this book. But again, the kind of, there was an intellectual and a political commitment to doing work, thinking about the peasant, thinking about agrarian society, that I think in the end is directly connected to me working with Robert Brenner at the time. And I guess what I got from Robert Brenner is the aspect of, inserting the aspect of the political in thinking about both productivity and conflict. I mean, he's a good Marxist, and he's, that was very important. But the one thing which he also kind of was pushing for is he described himself as an anti-determinist. And and so when he's studying, and a comparativist, so when you look, he's like, when you look at different examples with economic change and thinking about the transition debates from feudalism to capitalism, far too long we've been thinking about them in terms of deterministic terms. And so he was, this idea of anti-determinism, it was quite, for me, thinking about that as a concept, that each case is different. And so let's not go in there with preconceived notions. So I guess one could make an arc between the anti-determinism and the fluid intellectual economy. And so maybe I was working between these two things that struck me as very important. I mean, and I think as probably theoretically among the South Asianists, Partha Chatterjee's writings were important, in part because one of the first things I read by Partha Chatterjee was his critique of the Brenner debate and of Robert Brenner's writings. And so immediately I had an entry point, because I'd been thinking about the transition debate, and the fact that Chatterjee was also arguing about anti-determinism struck me as, that this was something that was really exciting and interesting that was going on. So I think all of those that kind of constellation of thinkers in many ways at that time was important for me to think, like, moving away from any kind of straightforward work, which, certainly creates problems for myself, because now you're thinking with and against lots of things in order to produce anything, of not trying to be deterministic, not trying to be rigid with categories and so on, which, I mean, for certain kind of human subjects in the humanities, this is part of what they do. For historians, oftentimes it's not actively what we do. So, even when you're reading any text, not to be deterministic for me was, I think, quite important.
All this is incredibly fascinating, but I feel I'd like to dive a little deeper, because this is a subject I know nothing about, and yet it sounds interesting. So I'm going to ask you to treat me like an undergraduate for a moment, or even a high school student, and explain all of this, like in terms of determinism and anti-determinism in a historical context. What do you mean by the anti-Brenner debates? What are the different pulls and pressures on you when you're looking at all these different schools or ways of thinking? So kind of take me through this process so I can understand better where you will end up.
So, I mean, the Brenner debate in many ways he wanted to look at why England develops capitalism in the ways that it develops capitalism, and as opposed to France, which doesn't develop it in the same format, or East Germany versus West Germany, or other parts of Eastern Europe. And so he wanted to move away from a sort of a formulaic A leads to B leads to C arguments that were dominant in the mode of production debates regarding capitalism, to socialism, to communism. And so for him, the idea that we need to study each on its own terms to see the differentiation and the historical differences, because they're not all the same, and we shouldn't treat them as the same. And that also moves away from talking about certain cases as being failures, right? That country failed to develop. And so it moves away from the counterfactual of the failure to sort of saying, okay, if we look at the evidentiary base by which we can understand this specific kind of transition, right? And I think Partha Chatterjee's intervention was useful in thinking about India, because what Chatterjee does in taking that argument is sort of says, okay, I want to understand rebellions in India. And if I want to understand rebellions, we also have to understand why other places didn't rebel, and why didn't all the rebellions lead to some kind of revolution? So there's a counterfactual that's there too. But I think more important for Chatterjee was that there was a differentiation of development that was happening within South Asia, period. That we cannot treat it just as a national case. We have to not only treat it as a regional case, but maybe we have to treat it even as a local case. And case by case, we have to understand that you can have certain aspects of feudalism that coexist with certain aspects of capitalism. But how does that happen, right? Why does it happen in India? When does it happen? And if we can start understanding that dynamic and try to understand the local, the regional, as opposed to just sort of saying India, we might have a better explanation to understanding rebellion too, because each rebellion is also contingent on whether it's a feudal case or to a development to a capitalist case and so on. So he kind of exploded this idea for thinking about, economic development, but also rebellion. So linking those two things together. So that's what I was trying to, that as a historian, not thinking about A leads to B leads to C, and if it doesn't, then it's a failure. And then Chatterjee's adding a political context of the rebellion, and not that we should expect that there should be a revolution, but yet if we have to understand how colonialism functioned and how the coexisting systems of zamindari, batidari, or the many plural systems that existed in India in the 18th and 19th century, that the task of the historian is to do the hard work to provide those layers, those explanations at multiple levels by which, you can have a better understanding of why something happens or doesn't happen.
So, a friend of mine was recently telling me the story of George Everest, who was in charge of making maps in India, and he had a grand vision to map out the entire subcontinent. And the grand vision obviously is not enough. So, he would have surveyors who would do the boring hard work, which would take days and months and years, right? And these surveyors would be like climbing a little bit of a hill, measuring every bit of it, going into a forest, detailing all the topography there, etc., without ever seeing the bigger picture, without ever knowing what that map is going to be. Maybe a generation later, the kids see that map on a wall, and it's all the work that they've put in. And I'm thinking also in terms of history that there is that if you want to understand reality, the world is deeply complex, so complex as to be basically unfathomable in its entirety. Whatever claims Savarkar may have made of a full history, but it's essentially unfathomable. I like to speak about this Borges short story in which a map of the world has to be as big as the world itself, and it's instantly out of date the next moment because the world is fluid and it's changing constantly. And here, I guess, the dilemma for a historian is how does one decide that particular trade-off? That you can either look at a broader narrative, but a broader narrative inevitably means that it is simplistic at some level, that you're missing all kinds of nuances. So you can say India this, or you can say Haryana this, or you can say, that particular area near Karnal, this is a history, that is this, right? I'm just picking places out of thin air. And 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 I wonder how that works, because at one level you need the thinkers who can do what a George Everest is doing, where he's conceptualizing the entire project, and at another level you need the surveyor who doesn't care about the big picture, but he finds love in the smaller picture, and for whom that dharma is that you do the work, you measure the hill, you map out the topography of the little 1 mile by 1 mile region, but you never get to see the big picture. And I sort of wonder about that as well, because you'll have your rarities like Chris Bailey, who after a lifetime of work can write Birth of the Modern World, where that the depth of information is there, even if he's not going into it in every instance out there, so he can paint that great broad picture. But for most of us, it would perhaps be a matter of temperament, what we are attracted to, and unfortunately, the incentives of academics often take them into narrower and narrower silos per se. So I wonder how that process was for you of figuring out that what is the precise thing I want to do, and what is the granularity to what in terms of how far I take it.
Right. I guess before I answer the question, I think one way, as you were describing the differentiation between the micro and the macro, that this is exactly the conversation that was happening with the French Annales School, right? Sort of writing sort of the big history of 500 years, and then also writing a history of like a village, right? And so both those things are part of, this kind of intellectual tradition of the Annales, but it's also the big picture when it comes to sort of world history as well. And sort of also the kind of historiographies that the Marxists were producing for a number of years. And and I think that both of these kinds of things, and I like reading the Annales School a lot. I thought, and I mean, I guess that would be the other, to your earlier question, kind of exciting work, but also work that Bailey very early points out in Rulers, Townsmen, Bazaars is almost impossible to do for India or South Asia, given that we don't have materials that will allow us to do some of the kind of work that the Annales School did over a 500, 600-year period. And so I think that's also kind of, the way, whatever you captured there was exactly what the conversation has been. Even Ginsberg's Cheese and the Worms begins with sort of this critique of the macro at one level, right? But yet saying that there's something important about the micro. It's sort of like microbiology and climate biology, right? It's like both are important for different contexts. For me, I think the projects I've chosen have allowed me to burrow deep. The first book, but also the Savarkar project, and I think that's something. It wasn't planned, I would say. I don't think the Savarkar book was planned. I sort of think it was sort of an accident of a couple of things that happened. Because and even the first project was an accident. I don't think I planned when I went to grad school to write on the specific politics of Kheda in Gujarat, and I was fully set to be a good a Gwalior Yankee, as you pointed out, because I wanted to work on Gwalior State and the princely states around Gwalior. That was my initial interest, but when I arrived to do graduate work in Britain, Bailey immediately pointed out that I wouldn't be able to do this project, in part because the Scindia family, Madhavrao Scindia and his mother, were in a legal battle, which meant that most of the documentation for the kind of stuff that I was interested in would likely be sealed till the court case was over. And he goes, this court case has been going on for decades. He goes, the reason I know this is because when I was a grad student, I wanted to work on Gwalior as well. So I thought this was kind of interesting. Like 30 years on, he's like, I'm not sure that. And then he said, you would also probably have to learn a couple of languages in order to do this project. And so I wasn't sure that time-wise, the practicalities, but because I'd initially gone to do a 1-year degree with him, he's like, oh, why don't you work on Gujarat? And it sort of came out of left field. I'm like, what do you mean work on Gujarat? I mean, he said, yeah. I mean, he goes, I think Gujarat will be really important in the future.
Which year was this?
This was in 93.
Wow.
Right. He says, I think Gujarat will be really important. He said that's one area of South Asia that has not been developed historiographically. There's limited amount of work that's being done on Gujarat. If you're interested in the agrarian question, that's a great location to do this. And his other selling point was the Bombay archives are great, right?
It's interesting how these practical considerations come in the way that you can't access the Gwalior papers, but the Bombay archives are great.
Yes. And I figured, okay, I'm doing this for a year. I came to learn how to use archival materials. He's saying that, so I'll trust his judgment. What I didn't realize was that he took most of the batch of students he had accepted and converted them all to working on Gujarat.
Oh my God.
I met another student, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I was planning to work on Calcutta, and now I'm working on Ahmedabad," and and so suddenly there was like this little Gujarat cohort forming, and so that's what I meant by it was accidental. And then by the time I started learning Gujarati, I liked the Bombay archives, as he said. I liked Bombay, as we were talking about earlier. So it just became a project that, the conceptual and theoretical questions that I was interested in certainly were there, but they became more developed because what I quickly realized about Kheda becomes important because initially because of Gandhi's Satyagraha in 1918, but also because, it was also known as where agrarian capitalism in Western India was thriving. But then the third thing that really kind of convinced me I should think about Khera and central Gujarat seriously was that it was classified as the most criminal region of Western India. So for me, this paradox between the rise of capitalism, the rise of nationalism, and it being the most criminal area, I thought, there's something going on here. There's something that the three are somehow connected. So that's why I said, it wasn't a sort of planned. It was by actually doing this kind of archival work that I sort of became intrigued by thinking about the three variables together, which opened up that project. And the Savarkar project develops out of the fact that I was working on Gujarat. In 2002, as I was finishing research, I'd already finished my PhD, but I was finishing research for the book. The 2002 violence happens, and all the explanations that are going on regarding why the violence is happening, that Gujarat never used to be violent and suddenly became violent. And I'd been writing that it was actually quite violent, and Gandhi knew it was violent, and Gandhi was asking the agrarian populations who were being victims of violence to forgive those who were the perpetrators of violence. And talking to various Dalit writers in Gujarat, they're like, no, violence is an everyday occurrence. What are they talking about? And yet there was this kind of conversion from the ahimsa of Gandhi to Hindutva's violence, that there was this kind of neat kind of binary that was being discussed. And I'd already been reading Savarkar a little bit, and it struck me that it's almost as if the ghost of Savarkar was there, but no one was saying his name. Like sort of like it was the Voldemort figure that, we cannot utter his name. And that got me curious as to why we can't utter his name. So that's how, but coming back to your larger question, the smaller versus the bigger, I think because I hadn't planned, I don't think, and I just kept going deeper and deeper. And I was actually quite comfortable doing that. I do think that these bigger projects are actually quite fascinating. Some of them are quite stunning, but it's a question of time more than anything else. But intellectually, I like reading both kinds of work. And probably as a practitioner, I probably do the micro it's become sort of second nature at the moment than anything else.
So, we'll talk about the Savarkar project after the break. But before we go in for a break, tell me about Peasant Pass and tell me about what were the questions that you asked yourself going in, and how did those questions evolve, and what did you discover in that journey?
I think what got me convinced that this was actually a project, and coming back to the criminality thing, was reading a police report that was kept in the Cambridge University Library. And it was a police report that came out in 1918 talking about the fact that the Patidars of Gujarat, of this area of Gujarat and central Gujarat, were using the Criminal Tribes Act, which was this legislation to criminalize various populations in India under the British. So they were using the Criminal Tribes Act to criminalize these low-caste peasant groups to control their labor, and simultaneously participating in the anti-British satyagraha with Gandhi. So I thought, okay, that's the story, right? That there's something interesting in this story between using colonial legislation to control labor. That means they were threatened that labor of these various agricultural populations was getting out of control. But they're going to use the colonial legislation simultaneously as they're going to demand freedom. But yet the narratives about the Patidars as being Gandhi's greatest supporters was that they were the most dynamic peasants, right? But within that dynamism was this idea of servitude and controlling low-caste peasants and preventing them from participating in a different kind of politics. And as I got deeper and deeper into the project, what became immediately evident was that and I was specifically looking at this community called Dharalas, or they also go by the name Barayas in Gujarat. And this community had already in the 19th century was already breaking the labor servitude agreements, informal or customary, with the patidars and demanding a different kind of future. I found the case of this one patidar Bhagat. I'm sorry, this one Baraya Bhagat, who declares the end of the British Raj and declares himself a king, and basically creates a ritual, a ceremony that mimics what Shivaji had done, and having a coronation ceremony, serves edicts, circulates them. He basically created his own state with modeling to a certain extent the Gaikwar memories of Shivaji, issuing land orders for taxation. So he had this idea. My question was, how did he have these ideas in the first place? But he was imagining a future after the British, and already had imagined a future without the patidars controlling them. And I thought this was quite fascinating, right? And this was, and I went to these villages and I would speak to the sort of the descendants of those who participated in these movements. And so they had these shrines for this Bhagat, and then there was this other Bhagat who was providing food during the famine, and then basically doing all what statecraft that kings and princes and the British government should have been doing during a famine. And so, but by the time the nationalist movement comes and the Criminal Tribes Act is imposed, the Bhagat movements come to an end. Every activity of the Baraya Dharala community is now criminalized, right? And what also struck me as really interesting was the fact that after independence, you have the denotification of these Criminal Tribes Act, and then they are now classified as habitual offenders. What was interesting is that the Dharalas were never denotified, right? And so that was part of what got me really interested in sort of thinking about the question of the peasant, the question of the conflict within the countryside, but the fact that this region of central Gujarat and the patidar domination still persists. The fact that many of those who were criminalized continue to live in great sort of poverty was what kind of got me really interested in thinking about all of these things together: nationalism, agrarian capitalism, and then this whole issue of criminality. And I think that's what this project of the Patidars and the Dharalas was really trying to explore.
And I've been struck by the brutality of the phrase denotified tribes. Because the moment you say, okay, you're not a notified tribe anymore, you're a denotified tribe, but that appellation itself indicates that you were once a notified tribe and were
Yes.
considered criminal and all of that.
Yeah.
And only the state can think like this. Like, 30 seconds of thought tells you that don't do this, don't put that appellation there, just you have to get people out of the habit of thinking in these kinds of categories.
But they came up with habitual offenders instead.
Which is horrible, which is nuts, which is like, what the
I mean, it's estimated over 100 million people
are habitual offenders
in India today.
This is shocking. I mean, I should also go to some government office and demand I be deemed a habitual offender, because in so many different domains, such as getting distracted and procrastination and asking digressive questions, I am also a habitual offender. So, as you delved into this, as you got learnings out of it, and I'm sure that there would have been many, many micro TILs and gradually bigger frames forming in your head, how tempting was it for you to sort of stretch those narratives and build a bigger story that could explain more than just Kheda and more than just that area? Mm-hmm. And eventually at the end of the project, which of those broad narratives you think now would actually help explain, some of what is, happening in the country?
I mean, that's a really good question. I mean, at one level, one way to answer the question, would be that, Jan Breman, the anthropologist who's worked on South Gujarat, has kind of expanded some of this, is that the discourse of the Patidar was taken up by many agricultural communities who weren't necessarily identified themselves as Patidars till after the nationalist movement, right? To call oneself a Patel meant something, right? It had some kind of prestige attached to it. And that led to a certain kind of transformation of Gujarat itself. I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I would have to think about it a little bit in terms of, I think in terms of the caste question, in terms of the issue of class, that sort of the intersections of class and caste. And this has been written about in sort of other Gandhian movements that were taking place, for example, in UP and North India and other parts of India where, or even in other parts of Gujarat in Ahmedabad, that those who were sort of the victims of any kind of marginalization were asked to be forgiven, were asked that they should forgive their perpetrators. And I think that legacy has led to certain kinds of problems. I mean, I wrote a piece after Peasant Past came out, after the violence in Gujarat, called From Peasant Past to Hindutva Futures, which I got into a little bit of, from some of my colleagues weren't happy with some of the arguments that I was making. And I think it goes to addressing at least one part of your question, which is that what struck me about the 2002 violence when I went back to Kheda, and then the Telka reports when they came out on the riots were also interesting, because what both the things that both being there and then also the Telka reports confirmed that they identified specific communities who participated. So there was this Dalit writer who I met in Anand when I was doing my PhD research, Joseph Makwan. And I thought Joseph Makwan wrote perhaps one of the most interesting pieces after the riots, after the violence in 2002, in which he went through the people who were identified as perpetrators of the violence, and he lists them and sort of says, it's interesting that you have Adivasis and Dalits who were participating in this violence. In the Telka reports, they identified specific communities, members of specific communities who participated in the violence. What I did was I looked at the list of names, and because I'd been looking at the Criminal Tribes Act and the Denotified Tribes Act, what I realized was that pretty much both the lists included primarily criminal tribes, or those who were previously criminal tribes. And it raised a set of questions that I hadn't asked in my book, which was, because the book has a happy ending. I sort of felt, that was the zeitgeist, that, independence happens. There's great possibilities for these Dharalas and Barayas to participate as citizens. And perhaps it was slightly naive, but it was also part of the zeitgeist of the time. I mean, you have a whole bunch of scholars who are sort of seeing this as a moment of transformation, perhaps even revolutionary kind of change. However revolutionary it was, we don't, now we can sort of question that. But at the time, I think we were still in a moment of that something was really possible here that was transformative for large sections of the population. But yet the groups that I'd been writing about had now shifted and moved towards Hindutva. And if they hadn't shifted or moved towards Hindutva, they actually participated in the violence, right? And for me, what was really interesting at that moment was, even within Joseph Makwan's writings, he didn't attribute agency to those individuals, right? And neither did most of the activists or the journalists or the NGOs or others who were writing about Gujarat, that it was basically these people had been duped and co-opted into participating in Hindutva politics. And that struck me as something that was not correct.
Deeply condescending.
Yes. That at the moment when certain marginalized groups go and vote, political scientists don't say that they don't know what they're doing, right? But when these individuals participate in violence, they don't know what they're doing. So for me, there was something that didn't sit right in thinking about what was happening in Gujarat. And so that also got me thinking about reading Savarkar as well, right? That there was a strategy that Savarkar had laid out. There was strategies and tactics, and people had written about that the various Hindutva organizations had gone and started educating children 10 years, 20 years before, that various Hindutva groups had come into Gujarat and were, doing different kinds of social work or other kinds of activities among Adivasis and various other kind of marginalized groups in Gujarat. And I sort of at that time said that, that what we have to think about is that perhaps in the future Hindutva is going to be made from below. It's not just going to be the Brahmins who are going to be making Hindutva, but perhaps Hindutva is going to be made from below. And at that time, I sort of just kind of provocatively said that, not realizing where we were going and what was going to be happening. And even today, I think the idea that Hindutva can actually be made from below is kind of discounted. And I still sort of think that that's quite important for scholars to think about and write about, rather than sort of dismissing it that they do not know what they are actually doing. And I always ask, I mean, do you think that Narendra Modi does not know what he is doing? Do you think that Uma Bharti does not know what she is saying? Do you think that Savitri Ritambra doesn't know what she's saying or doing? And so for me, I sort of have disagreed with some of that assessment, and that opened up a whole set of questions that I had in thinking about Savarkar's writings and Savarkar's tactics, for creating a kind of unified Hindu identity in which those who are the most marginalized from the nationalist movement, where if you go to any village or town in central Gujarat today, you have statues of patidars who are still dominating the landscape of the public spaces. That in a certain way, these groups and the act of violence that they have now written themselves into history permanently as well, right? And I think it's important to kind of actually say that, and articulate that, because I'm not. I don't agree that they don't know what they're doing.
Agree entirely with all of this. Before we go in for a break, just sort of a couple of thoughts that I've kind of explored over many episodes of the show, and your book added depth and nuance to those thoughts as well. And one of them is that I agree that it's bottom up, and it's bottom up in different ways. And one of those ways is that people often talk of what is happening in India now as in there are some bad people in a party and they are riling up the people and they are creating all this animus, and it's almost like it's a top-down thing, like Modi Shah created it or Vajpayee Advani created it. And that is patent rubbish. I had done an episode with Akshay Mukul on the Gita Press, and if you look at Indian society over the last 100 years, you realize that this strain in Indian society is incredibly powerful. You look at the sales of books like Ramcharitmanas or the Gita, or even really conservative tracts, which, for example, denote the ways that a woman should behave, and everything coming out of the Gita Press. And you realize that this has always been Indian society, that the constitution, in a sense, was a top-down imposition of relatively liberal values on an illiberal population, something Ambedkar himself realized when he spoke of it as a top dressing on the soil, but everything below that is the way that it is. And I think that there was that within that liberal project, if you call it that, if you can call it either liberal or a project, there was a failure in not realizing that if you want to spread liberal ideas in this country, you have to do it in a bottom-up way, that a top-down imposition will never work. And yet I think many elites got complacent that, okay, we've put a constitution and now the job is done, and that didn't happen. And I remember an episode in Veer Sanghvi where he was speaking about the 80s, and one thing that he's written about in his book as well is the notion that, look, the 1984 vote for the Congress was really the Hindu vote, right? But anti-Sikh and etc., etc. But in his formulation, it was the Hindu vote. Vajpayee and gang had in 1980 founded the BJP under the banner of Gandhian socialism, quote unquote. And 84 made them realize that what the hell are the traditional vote bank that we went for seems to have these incredible possibilities. And then the party shifts, and then, famously the events of the rest of the decade happens. Rajiv Gandhi is just bumbling around, doesn't realize that he's got this potential controversial, so he lets a Hindu vote go with Shah Bano and all of that. And then at the end of the decade, you have the Babri Masjid movement and etc., and so on and so forth. Mandal adds to that fire, and in a very perverse way, liberalization adds to it in the sense that I regard the 1991 reforms as like an incredible good for humanity, hundreds of millions of people lifted out of poverty. Who cannot like that? But at the same time, a lot of this new middle class now has a power to assert itself, and it believes in those Gita Press values. It believes in an assertive Hindutva, and that feeds the tiger further. So this is really a bottom up thing. The question, it's not that Modi has created the movement. The movement has created Modi. It is perhaps a tiger he cannot ride. Like, I have, out of sheer fascination, gone down right wing rabbit holes, and there are places where Modi will be referred to as Maulana Modi because he's not doing enough for Hindus and so on and so forth. So in that sense, it is a bottom up political movement, that it is just the BJP supply responding to demand at this point in time, and one should look more closely at the RSS and other such organizations than BJP. The supply can come from anywhere, but the demand is deeply rooted. The other aspect where I think many activists get it wrong is when they paint the Hindutva movement as being anti-Dalit. And the truth is, it is anti-Muslim, yes, in a very virulent, toxic way. That is practically the whole raison d'etre of it. But it is not anti-Dalit. As you pointed out, Savarkar was against caste, wanted to unify everyone under the banner of Hindutva. That's been the RSS project as well. That's been the BJP project. They've been explicit about it, about uniting the Hindu vote. And whatever activists on Twitter may say, the bottom line is that they have succeeded because more Dalits voted for the BJP in 2014 and 2019. So whatever narrative you make on Twitter, ultimately, the economic way of thinking is, I will look at revealed preferences, and the revealed preferences are that BJP is getting the Dalit vote, that people contain multitudes. People don't just see themselves as Dalit and victimized. They also see themselves as Hindus, and they also see themselves in a bunch of different ways. And I celebrate the fact that we can all look at acknowledge our multitudes, and I lament the fact that it's gone in this direction where Hindutva has become stronger and gotten consolidated because of this. But I think that is also something that's important to acknowledge, as you point out in your beautifully nuanced book, that this aspect of the rhetoric is all over the place. And I wonder, and now I'm thinking aloud, whether this aspect of the rhetoric is tribal laziness. Because the set of people who oppose the BJP, for them caste is also a big issue, as it should be, and therefore it is very easy for them to kind of superimpose that on their opposition to the BJP. But if anything, I would say that Hindutva doesn't care about caste. Caste is the original sin of Hinduism, and this is perhaps one sense in which you can look at Hinduism and Hindutva and say that Hinduism has a greater problem than Hindutva does. The Hindutva is just a deeply toxic and incoherent political philosophy, and we can discuss that further. So these are my two brief thoughts, that yes, I think it is bottom up, that it is intellectually lazy to think of it as top down and then blame individuals or blame parties or make easy generalizations. But actually we have to come to terms with the hard reality that this is our society and this is what is happening. And only then, when you recognize the enormity of the challenge before us, because it is a far greater challenge to beat something that emerges bottoms up than it is to beat something that is top down. If something is top down, you can chop off the head of the top and the job is done. Bottoms up is harder. You have to work harder. It's a long-term project. It's a decades-long project, as the Hindutva people realized. So this is my brief kind of response, but just to say that in these different aspects, I couldn't agree with you more. You were dead right when you said it's bottoms up.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the one caveat I would add, and we can talk about this more when we talk about the book, is that, I mean, Savarkar himself, there were two strains of his discussions of caste. So one strain was sort of the political activism of sort of wanting to have temple entry, intermarriage, and interdining with Dalits and Dalit groups at the same time that Ambedkar is also vying for creating a certain kind of Dalit identity, right? So the two Maharashtrians vying for the same kind of constituency. But at another level, when we look at Savarkar's writings, the Hindu spirit, the essence of the Hindu, is Brahmanical, right? And I am not even after having done all this work, I mean, there is this tension that persists, that he has something that he wants to hold on to about sort of the Brahmanic spirit of how he wants to define the Hindu and the in Hindutva overall, but yet the practical political realities that Hindutva can only exist with the support of Dalits and with tribals and Adivasis and the marginalized groups, right? And how do we create this kind of unified kind of framework at the same time? So that tension, I think, is also reflected in today's interpretations of, so which Savarkar are we looking at? Are we looking at sort of the Savarkar that wants to kind of hold on to the Brahmin as sort of having this kind of spirit of the Hindu who is going to dominate Hindutva? Or is it sort of the Savarkar that says that all blood of Hindus is the same, right? That we're all polluted. None of us are pure. And so I think that would be my only kind of caveat, that that there's this kind of duality and tension that was with him, but it's the duality and tension that exists among the interpreters as well at this time.
Yeah, and everybody contains multitudes. I mean, any figure from that time you look at, whether it's Gandhi, Nehru, Patel, Savarkar, X, Y, Z, nobody's simplistic. And equally, he pissed off the Brahmins because, as you've pointed out in your book, by saying that there should be intermarriage or we should dine together, he fought for temple entry for Dalits into Hindu temples. Savarkar did that, which would shock many of his supporters today. So in that sense, there's all this playing out, and yet your book sort of shone such a beautiful light on a lot of that and made me kind of appreciate the complexities more. But we shall for a moment leave the complexities aside and take a quick commercial break, and on the other side we'll talk more. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. Vinayak Chaturvedi and I are still playing the long game. We are still here. And now we are going to, talk about your brilliant Savarkar book, Hindutva and Violence. Tell me the origin story of the book. Like you mentioned that you were already, studying peasants in Gujarat and so on and so forth. And then 2002 happens and you see the sort of simplistic narratives around about, how it's such a sudden shift from Gandhian nonviolence to whatever has happened. And you've got some deeper insight into Gujarat by now, but more importantly, there is personal history attached to this. Vinayak, why are you called Vinayak?
Yes, so maybe that is the real answer there. So as a kid on these trips back to India, I remember that, my relatives would tell me, especially my buas would tell me that I was named by my pediatrician, that my parents were out of town and my grandmother took me to this Ayurvedic doctor when I was ill. She got tired of going to a regular pediatrician who was probably my dad's friend, and said, okay, I'm going to take him to a different doctor. And this doctor specialized, as I said, in Ayurvedic pediatrics. So as the story goes, that he asked my name when he was writing a prescription. And my grandmother said, we don't have a formal name. We just have a house name. And he said, well, can I name him Vinayak? And so my grandmother was ambivalent about me having any name at this point because I was ill. But she said, fine. I guess my health improved and the name stuck. As I got older, on one of these trips to India, I was probably 17 or so, 16, 17, 18. One relative revealed another bit of information that I had never had, that had never been given to me, which was that this doctor was the individual who supplied Nathuram Godse with his 9 millimeter Beretta that shot Gandhi and killed Gandhi. And so this Dr. Parchure, Dattatreya Parchure, was the individual. So at that point, I was a little overwhelmed. I have to confess, I did. As a teenager, I wasn't sure what to do with this information. Certainly didn't want to share it with anybody. Fast forward to I finished my PhD, and I was actually in Gwalior visiting one of my buas, and we were having stories about talking about my grandmother, her mom, and again, of course, this story comes up, and I sort of thought at this point, okay, I have a certain set of questions that I think I can formulate and ask, but unfortunately, Dr. Parchure had passed away at this point, so I couldn't speak to him. But she also said, well, his son is also an Ayurvedic doctor, and why don't you go meet him, and maybe he can give you some insights about his father. So that's what I did. I went and met the junior Parchure, and I remember for the first time I met him, he asked me at his clinic. I didn't have his number, so I just showed up at his clinic. He had a drop-in hour, and I said, I'm not here for any medical treatment, but I just wanted to share something with you, and I was wondering if we could have a conversation about your father. So I narrated the story, and his first question to me was, what is your name now? And I said, my official name is Vinayak. So he was extremely happy about this. And the next thing he said was, well, you're the eighth Vinayak I've met that my father named. He named hundreds upon hundreds of male children Vinayak in Gwalior when he was a pediatrician. And so he said, but, the questions that you're probably interested in, I think it's better we talk in private. So I went and met him the next day at his house, and we had a long interview in which I told him I was, my background as a historian, and I wanted to write something about his father. And at that point, I just thought I was going to write an essay about this unusual circumstances by which I was given the name Vinayak after Savarkar. And he then proceeded to, he was kind of concerned what was I going to do with the information. I said, look, I'm an academic. I'm going to write it for an academic journal. And so we had this long conversation about his father being a member of the Hindu Mahasabha, being close to the Godse family, traveling with Nathuram Godse, looking for a handgun as the plans were being made to assassinate Gandhi. In Madhya Pradesh, he became known, Dr. Parchure became known as the second Savarkar. He saw himself as sort of a complete devotee of Savarkar and read everything that Savarkar had written, and had formed an organization called the Hindu Rashtra Sena in Gwalior, which apparently had a membership of around 3,000 individuals. So it was a militia type group that would attack various Muslim neighborhoods when necessary. And Gandhi had written about these attacks in Gwalior by various Hindu organized groups. And so I sort of put two and two together that this is what Gandhi was writing about. But as so the story goes that when Savarkar passes away in 1966, Dr. Parchure, who had been arrested and convicted of supplying the handgun, and was eventually released, but when he was released, he agreed that he would no longer participate in public politics. So after Savarkar's death in 66, he's not participating in public politics, but he decides that the way to spread Savarkarism is to start naming as many male children Vinayak after Savarkar.
1 million Vinayaks now.
And so that was sort of the beginning of me starting to read Savarkar. And as I then picked up Essentials of Hindutva. And what struck me was the first 80 pages out of the 120 odd pages the book is, the first 80 pages about the politics of naming. I mean, it begins with Shakespeare's What is a Name, right, from Romeo and Juliet. And I thought the whole thing was very fascinating, that here you have Savarkar beginning with Shakespeare and Romeo and Juliet, talking about the importance of naming, and Dr. Parchure had clearly taken this message. And so if if a name is important, a name has meaning, that there's a set of politics attached to a name, that this is what a way that Hindutva could spread was through this idea of the name sign and having this meaning attached to the name sign. And the name Vinayak, in a certain sense, also became nationalized. It no longer was Maharashtrian. It was no longer South Indian. Similarly, the Ganpati festival, which was a Maharashtrian festival, also has become nationalized, right? So you have suddenly, in this period, that struck me was that suddenly Ganesh, in the form of Vinayak, is now becoming nationalized. And most people assume that I'm named after Ganesh, but in fact, it's named after Savarkar.
There we go, a grand confession. And I think, people will say character is destiny or geography is destiny. And I'm just thinking, like, names are destiny in this kind of case. And there's a Milan Kundera novel. I don't know if you've read it, but and I forget the name, but I'll link it from the show notes, which is about this doctor. I think he's a fertility doctor or whatever. So whenever patients come to him saying, I can't have a baby, he finds a way to implant his semen in them. So soon after a few years, a whole town is full of little babies who look just like him. And therefore, and I'm imagining Dr. Parchure, though I would never use Ayurvedic and doctor in the same sentence together, but regardless of that, Mr. Parchure, on a similar kind of mission of having many Vinayaks around is so amusing. When you think about going deeper into Savarkar, it is actually not kosher to go deeper into Savarkar. Like at one point, there are these memorable lines of yours from an interview, which I'll link from the show notes, but it really struck me, so I'll just sort of read them out now, where you say, in many ways, both the left and the right treat Savarkar as a non-human object. The left wants to simply denounce him and see him as a political enemy, but not actually engage with his ideas. To talk about him or read him is somehow an indication that he is a human, that he is worthy of some kind of engagement. And when it comes to his supporters, it seems they're only interested in hagiographies and elevating him to the status of an almost deity-like figure, but without actually reading what he is saying. Stop quote. And that's kind of the nature of the discourse. And, I'm sure back then it wasn't as madly polarized as it is today, where, just to that you take any position that is not an absolutist position, both sides are going to jump on you and cancel you. So what was it like then? Like, were you even aware that this is a way? Did it strike you as surprising? Because you are, at the end of the day, you are an outsider, despite what your name might be. Like, in a sense, in the world of history, I mean it in a good way, one should always, in fact, try to be an outsider. And in that sense, you're looking at it from the outside in. And as you point out, you go deeper and you read J.P. Deshpande and Benedict Anderson and so on, and you kind of realize that it's okay, it must be engaged with. But initially, what's happening there? Like, are you bewildered by this? And, what makes you decide to go ahead and examine this anyway?
Yeah. So initially, I mean, I guess one way to answer that would be initially when I started the project. So initially, I one step back. I just wanted to publish an essay. That was my objective. Okay, I'll write this one essay and, I can move on to something else. But as I kept reading the stuff coming out of Gujarat, I sort of felt that this ghost of Savarkar was there. And I was also, as you pointed out, I mean, at that time I was also reading Perry Anderson's writings. And Perry Anderson...
Yeah, I meant Perry. I said Benedict, I think, yeah.
Brothers.
Yeah, well, I mean, brothers can be very far apart. Yeah.
So I became interested in Perry Anderson because one of the things he argues in his book Zone of Engagement and then in his book Spectrum is that the left has had a failure of engaging with the right, in part because they didn't need to say, they were the dominant strain of thought in politics for such a long period of time. But as there's been a decline, we have to account for the decline, but we also have to account for why these arguments that are politically opposite to what we've been arguing, we need to account for that as well. Like, why did they become popular, right? I mean, how did we cede the territory? But until we actually look at what they're saying, we can't understand why we ceded the territory from the left, perspective of the left. So he spends a decade or more really evaluating this in his multiple essays and multiple books. And again, he was a UCLA professor, and I had taken a class with him, and he had a major presence on the UCLA campus as well. So again, it was also location in terms of thinking about some of these ideas, and because these were things that he was discussing on campus as he was thinking about writing his work. And this is also, once I become interested in thinking about Savarkar more actively, I sort of think, in a sense, this is what's happening in India now too. I mean, with the rise of Hindutva that everyone seems to be writing about now in 2002, how do we account for the similar kind of or parallel processes in India? And so I took that as a form, took that as kind of a message that I needed to do something. I was kind of motivated by that kind of framework of thinking about, from the perspective of the left, how do we understand the rise of the right? Because it was becoming more and more clear that we couldn't simply dismiss it, right? But when I started presenting on the Savarkar project early on, I mean, I had multiple senior people in the field, I won't name them, who were very skeptical of the project, were skeptical of treating Savarkar as simply a subject of serious academic work, of treating Savarkar as an intellectual subject, and treating him as an intellectual, right? I mean, I'm making a distinction between the three.
Very important ones. Yeah.
And I was kind of taken aback because these were, at that time I was, just an assistant professor. And I was kind of curious that the senior most people in the field who I'm interacting with on these panels are not only critical of just the idea of the project, but are suspicious of me for doing the project, right?
Wow.
But at the same time, as I'm reading the Anderson stuff, and then I'm reading, I came to G.P. Deshpande much later on, but as I'm reading these figures, I'm sort of thinking, okay, here are people on the left who are saying the left has to take this into account. Otherwise, we are not going to be able to have any kind of recovery. And then it also struck me that some of the folks who were critical were more than happy to read Heidegger and write about Heidegger, and were more than happy to read Carl Schmitt and write about Schmitt. And I thought and we're more than happy to read about various conservative thinkers in the US and talk about them. But yet when it came to Savarkar, he was like, as I said earlier on, he's like this Voldemort figure. You can't name him. You can't talk about him. That he can't be taken seriously. And I sort of shrugged my shoulders and I said, well, I think that there's a there. I think that the rise of Hindutva needs to be taken seriously from below, as we were talking about. And I think we have to understand the tactic and strategies of what's going on with the rise of Hindutva overall. I started listening to various speeches by various Hindutva leaders, and what was becoming more and more clear was that either they had read Savarkar or that they were aware of his arguments. And I'll explain that distinction if you want in a second, why I'm making that distinction. That many of his tactics and ideas were now present. If you started looking individual kind of case studies that people were writing about Hindutva, it was becoming clear that Savarkar had a number of tactics, a number of strategies, a number of ideas, a number of concepts that were now becoming part of political debate, culture. But there was a kind of this resistance and reluctance to thinking about the right seriously. But I would also say that it wasn't just about the right. I mean, you could say that the similar thing about Ambedkar. I mean, that all these people who had written about Indian nationalism and had written about political theory, had written about a whole series of things, hadn't taken Ambedkar seriously either, right? So I wouldn't argue it's an anti-Maharashtra thing. I think it was...
You put the thought out there very craftily.
I wouldn't think it's an anti-Maharashtra thing, but I do think it's that it might be because it was an anti-Gandhi, that these figures were anti-Gandhian at one level too, right? Both of them from different perspectives. And I think And I remember listening to Ambedkar's 1955 famous interview with the BBC, where he not only describes his private meeting with Gandhi, where he says, when you meet Gandhi in private, he shows you his fangs. He doesn't show you his fangs in public. But the other thing he said that struck me was that he goes, I don't know why it hasn't occurred to anyone that the reason there is a legacy of Gandhi is because he was assassinated. And at that moment, a sort of a light bulb went off. I thought, if let's say he is correct in that assessment, the legacy of Savarkar is also directly connected to Gandhi's assassination, right? So does Savarkar's legacy also directly connected with that as well, right? So I had started having these sets of thoughts related to this triangulation between Gandhi, Ambedkar, and Savarkar. And I think that was kind of the beginnings of the project, conceptually thinking, coming out of 2002, the rise of use of the term Hindutva. And as I also read Savarkar, it also occurred to me that no one was actually talking about his definition of Hindutva, right? And I thought, this is very bizarre. That why isn't anyone actually looking at Savarkar, how he has defined Hindutva? And because everyone's using the term, everyone is now, it becomes ubiquitous, it's everywhere. But Savarkar is sometimes mentioned initially, but not completely. And that only happens much later, I think, after the BJP comes to power. But so those are kind of some of the intellectual and political things I was thinking about as this was happening, and some of the kind of reactions by some of my colleagues regarding Savarkar as well, and also about what I was writing about regarding Hindutva.
So I have a question about Savarkar and about Hindutva, about the name and the word, in the sense that my sense is that in modern times, number one, when people talk about Savarkar, they're really talking about a caricature of him, either one side or the other, and the real person is almost irrelevant. There's a mythology there, and either he's an asura or he's a deva, and that's kind of where it is. But also Hindutva. Now, it's a word that is in common usage today, and you've gone into detail about the various ways in which Savarkar wrestled with the word and tried to define it. He didn't, of course, coin it. That was, Chandranath Bose in 1892 wrote a book with that, and within the Bengal discourse, it was already being used. And Savarkar struggled to define it in certain different ways. But my sense also is that when most people in the discourse use it today, they mean it in a very loose, generic sense. There is no theoretical definition of it, which comes from a particular book somewhere that they're really thinking of. It's more a generic sense, and some people will even use it almost synonymous with Hinduism, which is absolutely not how Savarkar himself intended it, of course. The other aspect of it is that if the BJP are children of a movement, they are the children of the RSS. And the RSS is really different from Savarkar in many significant ways. They diverged, they went along different paths. Now, if you just look at, Hindu nationalism, and they'll seem like that they are brothers, but they're not. They were very different in, many ways. And it seems that everything about the BJP really comes down in terms of genealogy from the RSS philosophy. And perhaps Golwalkar's Bunch of Thoughts might be, which is also an incoherent, terrible book, but maybe something like that is more relevant. But in a sense, I think no book matters to them, no set of ideas matter to them. It's just this sort of free-floating sense of victimhood and a sense of, hatred of the other. So like Akshay Mukul points out in his book, a lot of the classic Hindutva issues of today, like, like cow slaughter, like love jihad, though the word didn't exist then, but essentially that were live burning issues of the 1920s, and completely outside of the Savarkar context as well. So I wonder, when we think about modern Hindutva, how do we disentangle that? Like the way that I think the right has latched onto Savarkar is in a similar kind of way that they have tried to co-opt Sardar Patel, or they have even tried to co-opt Ambedkar at different times, right? Where it doesn't really matter what the person is and whether they are really inspired by that person, but it is just a convenient thing to do, and therefore you kind of take Savarkar. So what is your your sense of that? That, if I am to, before we talk about Savarkar's definition of Hindutva, if we talk about Hindutva's definition of Hindutva today, if such a thing can be formulated, does that come directly from there? Is there a connection? Do they coincide? What's your sense of this?
I guess my
Like
I
earlier,
would say
earlier you mentioned that many of the people today have read Savarkar or are aware of his arguments.
yes,
So I guess I'm asking the same question in different words.
right.
That what did you mean by that?
Okay, I'll answer that one, and then the larger question. I mean, what I meant by that is that Savarkar was also aware that people probably wouldn't read his text when it was published, right? I mean, it had an initial print run of 2000, and then it had a second print run of 2000, which is still minuscule. But if you look at his Hindu Mahasabha speeches or reports of all the speeches that he's giving in the 1920s and 30s when he's under house arrest, but he's allowed to give speeches because Hindutva at the time for the British was a cultural activity, not a political activity. And so he's giving these speeches in which he's basically reproducing the arguments of his text over and over again, right? And I think that is an important tactic because and so then what happens is as he gives a speech, a local newspaper will then report on the speech. Sometimes will publish excerpts of the speech, which is really just a reiteration of his text. And so now you have these hundreds of reports in the newspapers that are also circulating. You have hundreds of people or thousands of people who are showing up. Now they're hearing it. And so they're orally now reproducing it. And that's what I meant. Like it created a certain, so in a sense, you didn't have to actually read Savarkar. You just had to, it becomes part of the political culture. And in that sense, I think he was probably quite politically savvy. And if you see Narendra Modi today, I mean, in a certain sense, he's very good at doing something similar. It's the repetition of what is being said, and in the multiple forms that it's being said, kind of creates this kind of effect in the changing of political ideas. I mean, as well. So I think that has something. That's what I meant by linking the two. I think where I would slightly disagree with the kind of the contemporary versus Savarkar's definition of Hindutva is that Savarkar, because he defines it, a Hindutva as not a word, but a history. And I end the book by saying that, in a sense, Hindutva is completely dependent on this history of victimhood in order for Hindutva to survive. And the need for vengeance as part of what is being argued as a certain kind of futurism of Hindutva, right? When the Hindutva leadership says we're now embarking on a 1,000-year battle, it's really laying out a program of sort of rethinking the past by thinking about the future, of ridding the present of these legacies of the past. And so, in a sense, when Savarkar says Hindutva is a history, I think what is happening even today is the repetition of this over and over and over again, whether it's about the Mughals, whether it's about the Delhi Sultanate, whether it's about anything that happened between the 12th and the 19th century, mid-19th century, is a period that has to be part of the narrative in order for Hindutva to survive. Right.
And you've quoted Walter Benjamin in your book saying, quote, even the dead will not be safe from the enemy if he wins, stop quote.
Yeah, because they can reclaim. They are reclaiming.
Yes.
They're reclaiming all the dead. And Savarkar is very explicit about reclaiming the dead for his purposes, right? So that's where I think there is this continuity between the two when it comes to thinking about history as being central, right? That to define Hindutva as a history and a history in full, and we can talk about that a little bit later, but as a history is, and so for me, my obsession in the project began, I mean, and I think an obsession is is trying to really unpack that. Like, why would he define it? At one point in the sentence before that, he says it's indefinable. And then he says it is a history. But it is a history in which Hindus are seeking vengeance. It is a history in Hindus are constantly participating in violence. It is a history in which the Hindu needs to abandon any kind of ethical behavior and so on, right? And I think that is part of the story of how Hindutva is even defined today. So I would say that there is that continuity, even though it now means many things over the course of the last century. Now, regarding the RSS, so what was interesting was that in 1925 or 24, I'm not remembering the exact year, after Savarkar is released from prison and put under house arrest, he meets. There's a meeting between himself, one of his distant relatives, Vivi Kelkar, who is from Nagpur, and his brothers are there, his father-in-law is there, and there's a small inner circle, and Kelkar is very close to Hegdewar and Golwalkar as well, and so there is this kind of close, because Savarkar can't meet everyone, but his books are published in Nagpur, right? So his Essentials of Hindutva is published in Nagpur. His a couple of his other early works are published in Nagpur by his distant relative, who is now close to. So there is this kind of closeness in terms of the ideas, and certainly each Hindutva thinker is, of course, going to be interpreting things slightly differently. But where they share the commonality is that we have to enforce a certain kind of understanding of the past and an assertion of Hindu vengeance as a way of thinking about this term, this concept.
So I had an episode with Shruti Kapila, who I think also is a fellow student of Bailey, is she?
No, no.
But she, yeah, I think she's contributed to a volume he edited on ideas, and she came up with this lovely line where she said Hindutva is a theory of violence in search of a history.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and in different ways you shed so much light on that as well, and I want to talk about both aspects of it: the word Hindutva itself, and then the history aspect of it, how he looked at history and how he defined it. But let's sort of talk about his struggle to define the word itself, the word sort of Hindutva. So give me a sense of how he arrives at it, and like many people today think that Hindutva is a subset of Hinduism. It is the political arm of Hinduism in a sense, in a very loose kind of sense. But actually, the way Savarkar is imagining it, Hinduism is a subset of Hindutva. That
Yes.
Hindutva is something all-encompassing and much bigger. So just explain that.
Yeah, I mean, Savarkar. Now, the thing that I've not been able to resolve is how he comes across the term in the first place, right? I mean, one argument that's made is that when he's in the Andamans, there's a few references that he starts to learn to read Bengali. We do know that you had a number of Bengali political prisoners in the Andamans as well. I've talked to a few scholars who've written about some of these folks, and what they point out is that there is this both celebration and antagonism of Savarkar among the Bengali left at that time, where he's seen as a certain kind of authentic figure because he was attached to a number of figures on the left at the India House, or at least interacted with them. There's fellow travelers in certain circles, that he gets arrested, and when he tries to escape in Marseille in France from the ship, his case is heard at the International Court of Arbitration. His is the 11th case that was ever heard there, and it becomes sort of an international case. And the arguments are at one level quite comical, because the French are saying that they're better imperialists than the British are because they abide by international law, right? But in the meantime, the name and Savarkar starts circulating globally in the press as a result of this case. So you have this authenticity, and so perhaps that interaction is where Savarkar reads Chandranath Basu, right, or becomes familiarized with this term. So that's a way to sort of talk about perhaps where he is exposed to sort of the Bengali debates about Hindutva in the first place. But I think he's also interested in expanding its meaning and connecting it to He says the closest English translation is Hindu-ness or Hindu-pan. But again, he says it's indefinable, right? So he says it's not really definable. He's also very critical of saying it's not Hinduism, as you pointed out, right? That it's that he says Hinduism is a Western construct of Hindu dharma, that Hindus should use Hindu dharma, not Hinduism. Hinduism, he said, isms are dogmas. They're, so he's antagonistic to the idea of calling it an ism in the first place. However, he says if we're going to use Hinduism as a category, then we have to redefine it. And it's always a subset of this larger category of Hindutva. And as I started looking as at the kind of the structure of how he puts the argument together, he argues that Hindutva is connected to being with a capital B. And I thought this was very peculiar, interesting at the same time. But this is also part of the limitation of Savarkar, but that as a philosopher, he doesn't go into metaphysics and doesn't go into questions of ontology, but he mentions these periodically, and you sort of think, what is he really talking about here? But as I started connecting his discussions of being with his other writings, you begin to see that he has this understanding that Hindutva is sort of this category of that is this kind of ontological category. And he begins to also think, as a lot of philosophers do, of sort of thinking about the relationship of being and time. Now, the reason I'm continuing to use the word being, not a Hindi, Marathi, Sanskrit kind of equivalent, is because he writes this in the English. He himself chooses not to use either the vernacular or the Sanskrit to say exactly what he's thinking about here. But so this category of being, and Hindutva is attached to being, and then he also adds time and sort of says that Hindutva is bounded by time. And suddenly I was very confused. How do I unpack all of this? And my sense was that most people who read the book or have read the book kind of gloss over it and say this is kind of it's kind of nonsensical. I don't quite understand, and sort of move on. But I kind of stuck with it and sort of thought, okay, if I try to understand what this means, perhaps we can get closer to understanding what he means by Hindutva. And I think if we look at the title of the book, Essentials of Hindutva, and I started thinking, everyone's focusing on Hindutva, but what about essentials? Like, what does it mean by essentials, right? And so he has these categories of essentials, but as I started reading his other work, the category of essentials he translates in other writings as either tattva, right? And so suddenly I'm like, okay, so the essence of Hindutva. So it's not just the essentials, it's the tattva of Hindutva. And then if we break up Hindutva becomes a compound of Hindu and tattva. So the essence of the Hindu's essence. So now we are certainly moving into a form of metaphysics and ontology. And at that moment, I'm thinking, okay, I kind of want more. And he's not unpacking it. And so he then quickly moves on to saying that Hindutva can't be defined, because being can't be defined, right? And the Hindu's essence, therefore, can only be interpreted, he says, through a history. And so, therefore, that history part, he quickly moves, he pivots without full explanation, without full unpacking of the concept of tattva or the concept of Hindutva, except saying it's not definable. And so that stuck with me. And then when I was reading his book on 1857, he has a whole thing that what he's interested in doing is trying to understand the principles of these revolutionaries. And these principles of revolutionaries can be only understood by thinking about what is their motive. and motive is then defined as close to thinking about tattva again. So he's constantly working with principles and essence. And so Hindutva, therefore, then becomes, he says, a history. And so the challenge now becomes how to unpack that history, right? And so I spent about a decade trying to think about this history that he begins with 1857. But before 1857, he translates a book by Giuseppe Mazzini. And I started reading Giuseppe Mazzini, and you see Giuseppe Mazzini is writing about principles as well. So when he translates Mazzini's writings, he's translating it into tattva constantly, right? So he has this kind of interest in trying to unpack, but I don't think he's a sophisticated enough philosopher to kind of unpack it in a way that becomes clear. But where he does try to unpack this is throughout his historical writings, right? So he begins with 1857, trying to capture the essence of and the motives of these revolutionaries, and sort of saying that they possess a spirit. Now, what's interesting is one of the definitions of tattva is also spirit. So suddenly you have, when he's talking about the Hindu spirit, is that also Hindutva, right? It's again the compound between Hindu and tattva, Hindu and spirit. So all these thoughts are going through my head that I'm having all these clues, but I don't have a clear definition. But he's clearly laying out that in order to understand this history, you have to capture these moments in the past in which these Hindus specifically are exhibiting certain kinds of behavior. And then suddenly the Bhagavad Gita emerges. And now he wants to link up these histories with certain kind of terminology and characteristics found within the Gita, and insert them into into these subjects that he's studying. So in a sense, he's not going farther and farther back. It starts with the 19th century. Then he moves on to Hindu Padshaahi, going to the 17th century. Then he's going back to antiquity in his book, Six Glorious Epochs, of Sahasunaripane. He's now going farther back and sort of saying, look, Hindus have been participating in, the Hindu spirit has been traveling across time. What we as historians have to do is now look at this, and this is also Hindutva, right? That the writing of history is as much of Hindutva as the making of history. So suddenly for a long period of time, this was very confusing, and I hope I haven't confused people but I think this is partially why individuals hadn't actually written about this, because it is kind of, you have to sort of see his work as kind of bringing all of these arguments together. And there's a certain kind of methodological logic that he has internally. He's constantly the omniscient speaker. And I was always interested why, and he's clearly taking this from a literary tradition of, he's saying that this is not fiction. I, as the writer, am he says this, that the closest you come to Hindutva in a certain sense is when you write about desiring subjects. I'm like, this is also really interesting. Like, what does that mean? So he's saying that these individuals in the past had desires of the Hindu spirit, of Hindutva. And I, as the writer, now writing about them in the past, am embodying that Hindu spirit. So the idea of not only making history, but also writing history is part of this process of Hindutva itself, right? But this cannot be detached from the everyday forms of violence that he wants to capture as well, right? That the Hindu's essence is actually about violence. So people have asked me, why did I call the book Hindutva and Violence? And I said, well, these are the two categories that Savarkar is really unpacking throughout all his writings. And he's actually quite open about the fact that the Hindu becomes the Hindu in the act of violence. And for me, that was really interesting, right? And so all of these things tied together are sort of what makes Hindutva for him indefinable. But at the same time, it gets us closer to what it means to have the essence of the Hindu through studying Hindus in the past who evoke violence and demonstrate a different essence of the Hindu. And if we keep repeating this, right? So the question is, okay, how many times do we need to do this? And his argument is we need to keep doing this. If every Hindu would do this, we would come closer to this idea of the essence of Hindutva. So I hope that kind of touches upon both the challenges and difficulty of writing about this, but also the possibilities of understanding why history is so important for the folks who promote Hindutva in the first place.
You've actually been incredibly clear in your exposition, and the unclearness is from Savarkar, who I find incredibly unclear. Now, we'll dive deep into violence in a minute, by which, dear listeners, I don't mean to say we will start beating each other up. Not at all. We will talk about violence in a minute. But before that, I want to sort of, ask you another question that, you've beautifully described about how, for him, the essence of it was you had to get back into history, and for history, you had to get back to, the source of all events, which is motive. What is motive? Innermost desires. And therefore, how do you get to innermost desires? At one level, it involves a certain kind of guesswork. Now, you've described this historical, methodologically, really interestingly. One of the things that he is doing is using conjecture as method. That he will come up with a conjecture, and for him, that is a valid method. And then that conjecture is held to be true unless somebody can prove it is untrue. Now, how do you prove a negative, for example? Right? It is an impossible task. You can come up with absolutely any conjecture.
Yes.
And how do you prove that it is untrue? I mean, so many conspiracy theories around us all the time. And the omniscient narrator, which is just bizarre for history because the only omniscient narrator can be a god. And as we know, God doesn't exist. So how could you possibly have one? And here, what I'm thinking is that I am drawn to the earlier distinction you make about the subject, the intellectual subject, and the intellectual, studying these three. And I find that to be an extremely illuminative phrasing because, an earlier guest of mine had once said that there are three booklets that I think this was Rahul Ramagundam, who wrote the great George Fernandez biography. And he said he wants to write a book about what he considers three great pamphlets or essays, and two of them like important, not great, and two of them are Hindutva, Essentials of Hindutva, the first published as Hindutva, and Gandhi and Swaraj, and Annihilation of Caste by Ambedkar. Now, I think Annihilation of Caste is a fantastic essay, work of a great intellectual, must be read. Essentials of Hindutva and Hind Swaraj are both basically incoherent nonsense by people who weren't very widely read, whose reading was really impressionistic. And in this case, I'll wait for you to correct me because I have no idea of Savarkar's Marathi reading. You have mentioned in your book that it was extensive. So perhaps I'm missing something here. But my earlier impression has been that, and where I see Gandhi as a black swan event also is that, all the liberals I admire of that age, like, Gokhale, Ranade, Agarkar, and so on, came from a particular tradition of reading where they've read all the British liberals, they've read their Mill and Bentham, they've also read all the Indian books. There is a coherence to their philosophy. While Gandhi is very impressionistic, he's taking something from Tolstoy, something from Ruskin, discovers the Bhagavad Gita at some point. But, at one point somebody asks him, why don't you read more? And he says, I don't need to read. I live in the real world. I can look around me. And for me with Savarkar also, the reason that his ideas seem so unclear and his book is so dense is because they are. Like, I feel there is nothing there. Like when I was much younger and I would read something I didn't understand in a non-technical subject, my assumption, I would gaslight myself and say there must be something wrong with me. Today, if somebody has written something in dense language that I don't understand, I assume it is that person's fault, and it usually is, because great writers can convey complex ideas in a clear way. Anyone who's thinking clearly is able to convey it clearly. And so that's sort of my provocative question. Gandhi's greatness, of course, arises from many of the things that he did. And as Ram Guha told me in an episode when I asked him this about the bizarre ideas he has in Hind Swaraj, doctors are bad, railways are bad, etc., etc. And and my question was that how did he then get non-violence right when he got everything else wrong? And Ram's incredible point there was that that is the one thing he had personal experience of. That in all the years of South Africa, he'd done nonviolent resistance. He had lived experience of it, so he got it right. He got the theory from the practice. The other stuff, he was just, borrowing random fundas in the air, and kept changing his mind because of course he contained multitudes. So I want to also then go back to that your beautiful formulation of Savarkar as a subject, Savarkar as an intellectual subject, and Savarkar as an intellectual. And my impression before reading your book, and I still have a lot to process in it, and of course I've read it all, is that I cannot consider him an intellectual. I can consider him a subject, I can consider him an intellectual subject, but I find it hard to consider him an intellectual. So, what would your response be to this?
That's a great question. I mean, regarding, I mean, I guess so. The real part is, I mean, is he an intellectual, right? And that's, and I've argued that he is an intellectual, as and maybe one of the ways to think about the incoherence and the lack of consistency is that he always wrote under censorship or under surveillance. So even Essentials of Hindutva is written in while he's actually in prison. He's released from the Andamans, and where he's not able to write except letters or petitions. And the letters are once a year. So we have about a dozen letters that he wrote, and we have about a half a dozen petitions that he wrote. So he's just out of prison. I mean, out of the Andamans, and he writes this text. So in that sense, the prison writings certainly evoke that he doesn't have access to books, or he doesn't have access to certain kinds of documents by which he could, which is very different from, I mean, even the 1857 book is it's written under surveillance. It's a much, much larger book, but it's written under surveillance. So the bulk of his writings are written in this kind of ad hoc way.
My smaller point there is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but clarification of what I meant is that Nehru wrote a lot of his stuff from prison as well, and didn't have access to books either, like his letters to Indira and Discovery of India, if I remember correctly. But the thing is, he had that solid foundation of all the reading he had done through his life, so which had molded his worldview and his knowledge. So, is there a sense that Savarkar also had a bedrock of reading, which perhaps English-speaking elites like me are not aware of it, but perhaps he had a deep reading in Marathi, which informed everything he did. So, tell.
Yeah, I mean, so and I think your assessment that he's picking and choosing. Certainly, I mean, he's reading widely. He claims to be reading widely from some of the letters that we have and his prison stuff that he's requesting certain books from his brothers, and so he gets books sent, and we have some of the lists. He writes about them, whether it's within the Maharashtrian tradition, whether it's in English as well. He's reading. We know that the documentation I was able to find, because a lot of the Andaman stuff is destroyed, is that we have evidence of when he's checking books out and returning them, but they don't monitor which books he's checking out and returning.
Wow.
Yeah. Which would answer some of the questions that, but we know, like, when he's in London, he's reading Mazzini extensively. I mean, so in a sense, the most extensive kind of engagement with any particular thinker is with Mazzini, because that was a time where he had greater access to books and greater access to to writing at a specific time. But I would also say that in terms of English, he's not a stylist. I think you're correct. I mean, Nehru is a literary stylist. Savarkar is not a literary stylist in English, whereas within Marathi, he's considered an exceptional stylist within Marathi writings, in his poetry and his dramas and others. So I would agree with you that he's. I mean, people have asked me, how can you read his stuff? It's so it's so bad, and I agree that as a style of writing, and even as a sort of certain kind of thinker, when he's writing these histories, there is a certain kind of ad hoc nature to what he's putting together. But at another level, I mean, to thinking about him as a subject of history, that's pretty easy to think of him as a subject of history. To think of him as an intellectual subject. I mean, I hope that's become clear why we can think of him. Whereas I think you're probably onto something and this is where I get a lot of the resistance. So was he actually an intellectual? I mean, at one level, I mean, if we think of Hindutva as, I mean, we can't ignore Hindutva today. Should we attribute a lot of it to him? I would probably argue yes, in terms of conceptualizing a lot of the categories and terminology. And I think he was also someone who understood orality pretty well. I mean, I think that is important as well. And I think the way he is also writing, and I mentioned this in the book, that might explain why I think we should take him seriously, perhaps as an intellectual, is that he is also coming out of a Maharashtrian tradition of these bhakkars, these texts, these fantastical texts that were written about Shivaji and these biographical fantasies about Shivaji's life, and they're replicated over a couple of centuries. And my reading is that Savarkar's writings are closer in genre to that than they are to anything else, right? And I asked the question rhetorically because I can't answer it with great certainty because he doesn't address it fully. Is this a neo-Bhakkar tradition of that's emerging in the 20th century with Savarkar, or is this the end of the Bhakkar tradition with Savarkar? Right, that this is where it kind of ends. And so I think because he has had this impact in terms of shaping Hindutva, I've argued that he is an intellectual in that sense, right? And we can disagree because I mean there are so many different theoreticians of what constitutes an intellectual. I mean, if we look at the Gramscian context of the intellectual, he's certainly functioning as an intellectual among the Hindu right, and occupied that role as a leader, as an organic leader of a certain type. So if we look at the Gramscian formulation of intellectual, he certainly fits that mold, right? Whether he fits the mold of a philosopher, I don't think he's a philosopher. I don't think that. And as I said, I mean, he doesn't fully unpack these. He's onto a lot of interesting things, but he leaves them. And whether we should take them seriously or not, I don't know, right? But I have tried to take seriously the ways in which he's put this together. And I also use, when I say historical methodology with Savarkar, I would say with quotes around it, whether this is actually historical in the ways in which we think about the discipline of history. And so he also says, I'm not interested in writing an academic history or an analytical history. I'm writing a history that's evoking some kind of emotion. And that's kind of what some of the Bhakkars were also doing. He says, I'm going to write biographies and these autobiographical writings, which is also part of that tradition. So I sort of see kind of the corpus of his work fitting into sort of this Maharashtrian tradition of writing that sort of is coming to an end. But he has kind of, because he was exposed to that, his understanding of itihas comes from that. So that's why I sort of sit at sort of this edge of thinking, that perhaps the most important individual in terms of Hindutva as a concept in the 20th century, not fully clarified, not fully defined. I got in trouble because I said that, there are, of course, other prison writings who write incoherently, and I cited Antonio Gramsci. And again, but I was just saying that you have people who write in prison where it is incoherent as well, who aren't, and Savarkar in English isn't a literary stylist. So I don't know if that's fully addressed some
No, it makes some important points. Like, firstly, Gandhi also, as you point out, felt history was an inadequate term. And, the term itihas, as you point out, is more all-encompassing. So perhaps it depends a bit on definitions as well. And as far as intellectual is concerned, yeah, maybe I was being too harsh. Like, if you define an intellectual as a man of ideas, he certainly was one. And there were consequential ideas which, had a big impact on Indian society. And I might think from my subjective viewpoint that they're third-rate ideas, but that's a different matter. Does he then fit into the term intellectual? Of course he does. So in that sense, I get where you're coming from. Before we move on to the theory and to talking about the book and to violence, I also want to sort of muse a little bit on the role of contingency in people's lives. Like, his London years, pre 2010, and you've sort of analyzed both his books beautifully on Mazzini and then the Great War, the first Indian War of Independence. And what we find in those books is that in those books, in that work, in nothing of his writing that I could find before 2010, is he actually anti-Muslim. In fact, there are a couple of quotes you give from the 1857 book. In one place, he writes, and these are his words: "The feeling of hatred against the Mohammedans was just and necessary in the times of Shivaji, but such a feeling would be unjust and foolish if nursed now, simply because it was a dominant feeling of the Hindus then. Instead, Hindus and Muslims need to unify against a foreigner." And later in the book, you quote him as saying, "So now the original antagonism between Hindus and Mohammedans might be consigned to the past. Their present relation was one not of rulers and ruled, foreigner and native, but simply that of brothers, with the one difference between them of religion alone. For they were both children on the soil of Hindustan. The names were different, but they were all children of the same mother. India, therefore, being the common mother of these two, they were brothers by blood." Stop quote. And completely contradictory to what he writes in 2003. And from the narrative as I have got it, it seems to me that contingency plays a big part, because 2010 he goes to the Andamans. And oh, by the way, had the British chosen to hang him, I'm sure today, all sides would think of him as we think of Bhagat Singh today, as a great revolutionary. But he lives, he continues. And in those years in the Andaman, and I think Vaibhav Purandare's biography and Vikram Sampat's biography have details of this. And I've, read the jail diaries of other people who were with him at the time in the Andamans as well. The torture was terrible. And a lot of the torture on him was carried out by these Pathan sort of middlemen between the British jailers and the Hindu prisoners. And you would have this regular torture, which I won't go into now, but you should read those jail diaries and read about those times. And that also makes me kind of look a little more forgivingly on the mercy petitions that he sent, because man, if you were going through that kind of stuff, you'd do anything to make it stop. I mean, and when he comes out of the Andamans, therefore, he is a devout anti-Muslim, as it were. He has completely turned. And to me, this contingency seems to play sort of a big role. And I know you've argued about it in your book, and this is not necessarily the case, that there are, other indications that he may always have been a Hindutva person in the making. But from his own writings, this is what one seems to get, that what changes so dramatically, like, Gandhi meets him in 2009. They discuss violence in the Ramayana at an event, and Gandhi seems to approve of him. And this is something I remember from the other biographies I've read of him, not from yours. But there are anecdotes to that effect. But the point is, still 2010, he is completely kosher. Looking at him, the only thing that I would disapprove of is the use of violence, because for me, means matter, not just ends. But apart from that, he's actually like all Indians are one, and we must throw out the foreigners. And suddenly this shit happens, and 10 years later he is like, Muslims are the enemy. And of course, and then he weaves that into his theory of Hindutva, into the whole motherland, fatherland, holy land thing, which I'll ask you to elaborate on later. But just thinking about the role of contingency, how does one think about that? Because I think when we look at someone with a political lens, whether it is a lens of the right or the lens of the left, you refuse to acknowledge him as a human being. But he was a human being. Human beings are frail and flawed and creatures of circumstance and so on. And that's what I see when I look at him, that, so much is contingent, and you change a few events here or there, and, history could be different.
Yes, I mean, for me, that was one of the things that I was very interested in sort of thinking through about this kind of, if you want to think of it as either a shift or a conversion to Hindutva, right? I mean, and perhaps, I mean, there are some scholars who've been writing about Savarkar who argue, that he was always, anti-Muslim from the beginning, and perhaps prejudiced very early on. And I would be fully willing to acknowledge that, right? I mean, his writings, he sort of says that there's this kind of strategic moment where we need to come together and not use the moments of the past. But yet at the same time, he'll describe Muslims as hordes, and describe the issue of the invasions, and describe all the things that are argued against Muslims, even by the Hindutvatis later on, or even by him later on. So, I mean, that is, and then the people who were closest to him argued that he was always like this. I mean, Bhai Parmanand, who was with him in London before they were both in the Andaman, said he was always like this. So, and and he Parmanand says that that people blamed me for converting him to becoming a communalist, when in fact he was already a communalist, right?
But he would say this, wouldn't he, if he was blamed like that?
So and I think for me, I sort of pivoted in the book to a certain extent by moving on to sort of this idea of thinking about the Hindu spirit, right? And that for him, the revolutionary subject is, the idealized Hindu revolutionary subject is the Mangal Pandey character overall, and as a Brahmin, and that spirit is the only spirit that matters, as well, right? So it's only the Hindu spirit. So by the negation of the Muslim spirit, there we have something else. So the absence of an argument or the absence of a formulation, also it could be examined as sort of the prioritizing of the Hindu, the idea of So I think this shift is something that is not fully unpacked, and I think one could read it that there are these moments of prejudice that appear throughout the text, as well. But at another level, the opposite argument could also be made, because he's saying, he's talking about Hindus and Muslims using our religion as and I'm like, what does that mean when he says our religion? Is this, I mean, at what point is he sort of re-embracing the Muslim as a former Hindu? Is that what he means, but he's happy to use jihad and shaheed as a category. So what I've done is I've looked at some of these categories across his writings, and so here he's willing to use shaheed, but later on he says, I don't like using Arabic terms, and I want to rid language, of Arabic terms as well. So you have all of that happening, and then now what is happening in prison? And he writes, it is about some of the violence, it is about some of the privileges, but where I think Bhai Parmanand becomes important again is this is the moment where Savarkar's turn towards the Arya Samaj becomes much more evident, and the whole issue of reconversion, and so some of the arguments, about Savarkar's shift probably have to be contextualized within that context as well. That he himself says that there was a multi-leveled problem that he was thinking through, and not simply the fact it was these Pathan, warders who were physically beating him, right? So I mean, and some of this is still, up for conversation and debate in terms of, was there a transition in Savarkar, or does it get more amplified as time moves on?
Let's talk about violence now. And the most bizarre thing about Savarkar's theory is not that, like, a lot of the rhetoric today when they talk of violence, and there are all these, like, one of the core tenets of populism is that the majority will claim victimhood, like an aggrieved minority, which is what seems to be happening in India today. And one of the narratives there is violence has been inflicted upon us, but no more. And interestingly, the way Savarkar sees violence is not that violence has been inflicted upon us. It is that, we are originally violent. We are the original colonizers of this land. That violence is good. Violence is what makes you a Hindu. And there's an effeminate Hindu who must be condemned, who doesn't, who is not adequately violent. And I found all of this, like, really fascinating. This toxic macho sort of attraction towards violence, and almost making it a first principle, as it were, of his philosophy. So tell me more about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've kind of summarized it really well for me. I mean, for me, what was really fascinating was this whole issue of the Hindu colonizing Hindustan, right? And but he very quickly goes from the Aryan to the Hindu as without a further explanation. But I think the explanation is actually in the act of colonization, right? So he says you have this movement into the, Gangetic Plain, which was a wasteland, which gets colonized, and it's culturally transformed. But in the act of colonization, you have the Hindu confronting the non-Hindu, right? And the Aryan, when confronts the non-Hindu, it's through the act of violence, the non-Hindu becomes the Hindu, and the Aryan becomes the Hindu. So it's that moment, that originary moment, that the Hindu is born in the act of violence, and the Hindu is born not only in the act of violence as the perpetrator, the Hindu is born in the act of violence as the victim. And for me, that was really fascinating. I just sort of thought, this is kind of really trippy stuff that and then I kept thinking, am I reading too much into this? But then what else does it mean, right? It's sort of that, and the ending of this process, interestingly enough, right? He says in Essentials of Hindutva, the ending of this process is Ramchandra's conquest and slaying of Ravan, right? And I thought this is really interesting. So you have the ending of the process through this act of violence as well. And then, but as I was sort of writing, and as I sort of, was talking to the publisher about the title, and I was actually debating whether I should use violence or not, and whether the title would be more appropriate as Hindutva and Vengeance. Because what I find really interesting is listening to some of the channels where the Hindutva folks are talking will say that we are not violent. And what I find is really most interesting is we're not violent in the act of killing.
Oh,
right. And I found that to be really interesting, that we are not violent in the act of killing, because vengeance is a unique and special category in and of itself. That Hindus have been subjected to violence, but the Hindu is not violent, but the Hindu is vengeful, right? And it's at that moment of vengeance that we can move beyond into the next realm, right? And so I think for me, that's the Hiranyakashipu story with Prahlad is really important, because Savarkar writes about this at the end of his career, where he says, Prahlad continues to worship Vishnu, but his father inflicts all sorts of horrible things on Prahlad, and Prahlad doesn't respond. But Prahlad in the end is only saved when Vishnu comes down in the form of Narsim and kills the father. But doesn't just kill the father. He brutally kills the father. He rips his guts out. And it's that moment of vengeance, right? That when and Savarkar will say that when this is how you have to treat the effeminate Hindu. The effeminate Hindu should not just be killed, but brutally killed.
and for him, the ultimate effeminate Hindus are those preaching ahimsa.
Yes. Right. So, which is really, again, really fascinating, right? So the Buddha is a big problem for him for that reason, and the Buddhists, they're part of this tradition, right? However, he says that because of the Buddha, and the monks go around the world telling the world that we have these great intellectual riches, great financial riches, but we also don't have a theory of warfare anymore, because we have now declared ahimsa. And he says this is the root of the problem leading to the number of foreign invasions that happen. But he's also metaphorically also talking about Gandhi here, right? That Gandhi is also partially opening up a space where we're going to be dominated yet again for the next X number of years, right? But that's where I think the moment, I mean, the meeting that you said the Gandhi and Savarkar had in 1909 is important, because they are discussing. So Gandhi says, I will not participate in this meeting as the guest of honor if Savarkar talks about politics. So Savarkar says, fine, I won't talk about politics. Instead, what he does, he talks about the Ramayana. And when you look at that conversation he has in 1909 with Gandhi about the Ramayana and thinking about violence and the slaying of Ravan as an important act. And fast forward to Essentials of Hindutva, where he's talking about the slaying of Ravan as the completion of Hindustan. That's when, and almost as if Ramchandra becomes the father of the nation at that moment, because that's when the Hindu nation is completed in that act of slaying Ravan. That, in a sense, there's this kind of ongoing conversation between Savarkar and Gandhi. And just as an aside, I think Hind Swaraj is interesting because it's written in a dialogue format immediately after this 1909 meeting when Gandhi is returning back to South Africa.
Wasn't it written when he's going from South Africa to India? That's what I thought. I thought it was on that voyage in circa 1912 when it was written.
I
Uh,
no, it
uh,
was because it was published in Gujarati in 1909, and then the English comes out in 1910.
oh, okay. So I must be getting it wrong. But my impression was it was written on the return voyage. But I could be wrong. Yeah, I mean, obviously.
So it's on the return voyage from London to South Africa, and Gandhi writes furiously. He says for 10 days to put this on paper, but and so I think that's also the interesting thing is that he's having this dialogue in part with a revolutionary figure he doesn't name. And in part, there are moments where it's as if he's having a conversation with Savarkar himself, right? So they have this interesting kind of both have this dialogue with each other independently in multiple moments. That's the only public place where they have this kind of engagement.
Living rent free in each other's heads.
Exactly. So
Tell me now about, motherland, fatherland, holy land. Like, I find that really fascinating the way Savarkar decides who is part of Hindutva and who is not. Who is the outsider who must be fought and who is not. Why the Jains are fine, for example, but the Muslims are not. So, take me into that aspect of his thinking.
yeah, I mean, I think in a certain way, the essentials of Hindutva's argument about Holy Land negates the the argument of the 1857 book, right? So the 1857 book is about motherland and about fatherland, where the Hindu and the Muslim, the quote that you just read, share
The
the
same
same blood.
motherland.
Yes, and they share the same motherland. So if they share the same motherland and they share the same fatherland, what differentiates the Hindu and the Muslim then? And and I think that's where the idea of the Holy Land comes into play. And the Holy Land comes into play for a couple of reasons, I think. Or I mean, he actually will say it. He's very interested in the Zionist creation of Israel. He's also very interested in the. This is also happening during the Caliphate movement, so he's also very interested in sort of the looking towards the
Ummah.
yes, that there is a holy land that people are looking towards. They're not looking at this territory as their home or their holy land, and so for him that becomes important that this territory of Hindustan should be seen as a holy land as well. So the Muslim can have the same blood, right? Because they're of the same blood as the Hindus. They share this kind of fatherland celebration as well. But by saying Holy Land is what distinguishes this territory, becomes really important for that bifurcating argument that he lays out in 1857. Now, in Essentials of Hindutva, it's no longer just the first two. Now it's about the Holy Land.
So it's like each of them becomes a necessary but not sufficient condition on its own.
Yes.
Now you need all three, and as a convenient third category which keeps Muslims out.
Yes. Right. But it's also interesting that, he's taken by the Zionist argument, right? I mean, he says the Hindus couldn't be happier if Palestine becomes, the Holy Land in the form of a Zionist state, right? So he's already anticipating kind of the relationship that exists between India and Israel today. So I mean, does that fully kind of? I mean, did you want me to unpack a little bit more on the motherland, fatherland stuff, or
No, no, no. That's
yeah,
absolutely, that explains it beautifully.
yeah,
The sort of the adding the Holy Land to his earlier argument,
yeah,
and making it exclusionary, and therefore by saying anybody who's of this land
yes,
and who doesn't pray out to something outside this
right,
land is part of the overall
right.
Hindutva family, but otherwise you're not. So that.
But at another level, he sort of thinks that for example, there's certain Muslim groups that are redeemable, the especially the Boras and the Khojas. There are Christians who he says they're too small in number. They can be absorbed. The Zoroastrians, similarly, the Indian Jews, no problem. They're not going to be a problem. But it is the larger, issue is primarily a way to kind of segment the Muslim away from this territory as their own.
So he's come up with this great vision of a history. What is his vision for the future? Like, where does he conceptualize Hindutva going? What is the purpose of all this? At one point, you've referred to, that whole repeating loop that we got to, keep this going until we arrive at, whatever the end state it is. But what is the end state? Like when I did an episode with the first of my episodes with Akar Patel, he brought up the same interesting point that if I look at an Islamic state, I know what it stands for. When I look at the Hindu state, the so-called Hindu state, all I know is what it stands against. Basically, Muslims, and you can go down to details and say it's against love jihad and against this and blah, blah, blah. But what does it stand for? What is that positive vision that we will be this? So what, in Savarkar's term, what was the utopia which Savarkar wanted to construct?
So that's really interesting because Savarkar lays out in Hindu Padmadshahi, in a strange sort of way, there's no there, and which is often when I first thought about that, and I'll explain what I mean. He says when the Peshwas came into power, it was final reversal of what he deemed 700 years of victimization of Hindus, right? And even though the Peshwas weren't in power very long, it didn't matter, right? What mattered to him was the process. The process was that for 700 years, we lived under an Islamic set of Islamic states, rulers, and the Hindu spirit wasn't crushed, right? Which is another way for him to say that Hindutva wasn't crushed, right? That the Hindu spirit wasn't crushed, which means that there were enough Hindus who were resistant to this that we got to the point of the Peshwas. And it doesn't matter that the Peshwas didn't stay there. And he has this line in the book where he says, even if the Hindu Rashtra exists for a day, that's great. Because that means that the Hindu spirit is still around. And if Hindus are victimized after that one day, the cycle will repeat. Right? So it's this very strange formulation of temporality of the future that it's kind of both it's perpetually aspirational, and it's perpetually aspirational, which allows them to be in what I call a permanent state of war. I mean, he calls it a perpetual war, right? So if there is a single Muslim living in this territory, the war is not over.
Wow.
Right? So this war, so if you listen to today's leadership, they will tell you they're in a 1,000-year war. Right? And I've always, so this idea of a Hindutva futurism, I mean, if you go to the Savarkar Smark here in Mumbai, and if you look at the mosaic of Bharat Mata, the map of Akhand Bharat, or the abbreviated map of Akhand Bharat, and Savarkar's statue. What's interesting about that is I think that's the only image of Mother India that I've seen in which she is sort of has shackles, first of all, and she's broken the shackles, right? And you have a map of India in which there's no Pakistan, no Bangladesh, right? And in a certain sense, this is Hindutva future, right? It's kind of this aspiration of reclaiming the partitioned Mother India, right? So it's sort of that this will end when we get rid of the territorial boundaries between the two, but also implicit in that, when they talk about our slavery, right? Like if you listen to any of the speeches, when they talk about slavery, it's the Hindu has been enslaved by the Muslim. Mother India is finally, her shackles have been broken. It's been the reunification of Hindustan. And so you have this weird kind of Hindutva futurism that they're laying out as a kind of this perpetual state of warfare that's going to happen. I mean, what I didn't write in the book was these this series of telegrams that Savarkar wrote to Chiang Kai-shek in 1942, which are really interesting because it kind of addresses this problem. So Savarkar says, that Chiang Kai-shek was coming to India to visit Nehru and Jinnah and Gandhi and others. And Savarkar is not on the list of individuals who he's supposed to meet. So he writes this telegram to Chiang Kai-shek saying, I want to welcome you to India. We are co-religionist brothers. And he wants to meet him. Chiang Kai-shek never responds. But what's interesting is that the Hindu Mahasabha goes on a letter writing campaign to the Chinese delegation that, please, you have to listen to what Savarkar is saying, because as we're in a period of decolonization, we have to now reimagine a future of Asia, of India and China and East Asia, as pan-Islamism is rising, right? And you're going to have your own Pakistan in China if you don't figure out a way. So there's this vision of creating a future of an alliance that's going to recreate some kind of Hindu-Buddhist bond. It's not the same thing as the Bandung Conference of 1955, but Savarkar is trying to create this vision of a future in which you have this perpetual war, you want to rethink territory, rethink space, temporalities. It doesn't have to happen now. It's not going to happen in our lifetime. We have to be patient, and so on, right? He sort of, at one moment, he describes Hindutva as a banyan tree, which I thought was really interesting. And if you look, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad symbol is the banyan tree. And I always think the banyan tree is really interesting because, he says the seed of the banyan tree is smaller than a mustard seed. So he's kind of playing on the parable of the mustard seed from the Bible. And so the seed of the banyan tree is smaller than the mustard seed, but has potential for great, he says, luxuriant expanse. That the banyan tree grows both underground, of course, and above ground. And even if you cut off a limb, the tree doesn't die. It continues to grow. But what's not discussed, there's a scholar who works on Indonesia. There's an Indonesian political party that also uses the banyan tree. And he says that what's the irony about that using the banyan tree as a symbol for any political party is that there's nothing that can live under the banyan tree. Right? The banyan tree will destroy all life under the banyan tree. So it's a strange metaphor. So Hindutva, or maybe it's the correct metaphor. Right?
Unknowingly, he chose the perfect metaphor, perhaps.
Right? That it grows above, it grows below. You can cut it off at one limb. It's not going to stop. And he says that if I prove to be true, people were going to think of me as the prophet. And if I prove to be wrong, people would think I'm a fool, right? So again, the use of the word prophet is also really interesting in this context.
Yeah, and because he's stretching out forever into history, he can always say, I'm going to be right someday.
Yeah.
You can't call me a fool today. An interesting thing that I have to remind myself whenever I read the history of this period is that you and I, can take a certain stability in the world for granted, not just in terms of fewer wars, less violence, but also, the lines on the map, the nation states. There's been a certain stability in our lifetimes. For example, in India, the nation state is basically broadly more or less what it is. It's broadly, for most of this time, been a democracy, functions in the same way, dysfunctional in the same predictable way. But you look at the lifetimes of Savarkar and Gandhi, and the sands are constantly shifting, 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 shifting. That you begin against the British Empire, you're jailed by the British, and then independent India happens at one point, and there are still those narrative battles playing out over there. Like, of course, my contention always is that in Indian independence was inevitable, even if there were no freedom fighters. It was, the British were bankrupt after World War II. It was just something that eventually they could not maintain their colonies anymore. This would have happened at some point or the other. And it's just that after it happens, well, you have a certain mythology built, certain people are lionized, others are, sort of condemned into history, etc., etc. So these are madly shifting times. And I want you to help me sort of understand Savarkar's personal journey during this time, from whatever you can, make out of it, and kind of understand, what does a man want? Like, how are his wants shifting? Like, I love this phrasing that I learned from Luke Burgess, but it comes from René Girard, of thick and thin desires. And thin desires are, they can be very intense, but they are based on, it's mimetic desire is based on what other people want. Like, I might want a Mercedes because my neighbor has it, and that's a thin desire. But a thick desire is something, deep within, that it really matters to me. And I'm wondering, what is this thick desire? Is it a thick desire truly for Hindutva, or is that a manifestation of whatever his deeper thick desires were, in conjunction with the directions in which circumstances took him? What is the game that he's playing? At one point, you talk about how in the 1960s, he wrote an essay called How Hindu Organizers Should Read and Write Their National History. And at this point, I'm thinking, okay, he's still got a long game in mind. He's still playing the game. He's never going to come to power. That game is over by the 60s, like, obviously everybody knows it. But he's still, playing some kind of, game or the other. So I'm trying to kind of get a grip on that. Like, what's his interior life? What does he daydream about? What does he really want? Yeah, no, don't laugh. What does he daydream about? Tell me if you have a clue.
That's a really good question, because I mean, he's in that way very different from Ambedkar, or even, I mean, especially from Gandhi. I mean, where Gandhi's all about happy to talk about interiority and from bowel movements to to everything else in above that. Whereas for Savarkar's writings sort of lack that interiority. Even in his memoirs, they lack the interiority. I mean, it's as if, even in his autobiographical writings, it's as if he has this kind of insecurity that he will be forgotten.
Ram Guha told me this memorable line that every memoir is a preemptive strike against future biographies. I guess.
Yeah. And so, he writes, I mean, strangely enough, multiple autobiographies, right? He writes, and for me, that was kind of both interesting and struck me as, that here's an individual who is trying to ensure that there is a narrative that he has laid out for his life story that will forever be documented, right, and reproduced. And what struck me as really interesting is that the biographies from the 1920s all the way to 1966 were all either authorized or sanctioned by him, right? Even Dhananjay Kir's, he does the earlier edition in 1950, but the second one comes out in the 60s. Savarkar has been consulted. Savarkar has been interviewed. Savarkar fact checks it. Savarkar's writings are incorporated into it. So you have this kind of reproduction of Savarkar's life story as he wanted it to be told, right? Then if you pick up like Amar Chitar Katha or any of the popular Savarkar narratives, that they still reproduce the same sets of narratives about his life story, and as if we can no longer move away from them. And that's kind of what I liked about G.P. Deshpande also. He's like, I'm not interested in the man anymore. The man is not interesting anymore. What's interesting are his ideas, because why are they persisting, right? The man has been, I mean, I, you were talking earlier, that the idea of the human and the non-human, right? That either he's a god or a monster. And here in Maharashtra, some politicians declared him a god, right? So suddenly he has a different status, having been formally declared a god. So I think that becomes kind of important as well in this context, for thinking about Savarkar as a subject that he himself ensures is there for posterity.
In the context of the current times, you write at one point in the book that, we think of Gandhi as a father of the nation. Maybe Savarkar is a true father of the nation, the host father of the nation, which is such a beautiful phrase that you use. And I want to ask you there then about what your take is on, the great man in history theory, right? That one way of looking at history would be that there are these individuals and they change it. And if these individuals weren't there, the world would be different. Another way of looking at history is that the currents are what they are, and the individuals don't matter so much. History would proceed along those lines. And just now, for example, you asked a hypothetical question that, what when Deshpande was saying that the man isn't important, why do his ideas persist? And one answer to that is his ideas persist because they're not just his ideas. They are the sentiment and ideas of a whole bunch of people, and he happens to be the person who articulated them and gave them some kind of framework, shitty as it is. But despite the shitty framework and the bad articulation, those ideas, it becomes huge because the ideas themselves are in the DNA of the society, and there's nothing you can do. So where's your take on this? Like, if there wasn't a Savarkar, would India be in pretty much exactly the same place as it is, or would it be different, and if so, how and why?
I mean, that's a great question. I mean, I think in the process of writing the book, I mean, I sort of realized that his ideas were part of a larger set of arguments that were already present. So I think you're absolutely right on that point, right? That it's, and I hope that in the process of writing the book, my purpose was not to sort of elevate him to the status of the great man, even though he is the sort of the center point of this. But he is a product of a certain kind of environment. I mean, he is also a certain kind of political figure who wants to have this kind of status and limelight. And part of it is circumstantial, as you point out as well, because, I mean, there are certain moments in his history that elevate him to this kind of international stature, which then is celebrated over and over. And, so for example, all the stuff on geography, all the stuff on, Mother India, I mean, all of these are part of debates that are happening at the time he's writing them. He's not the only one situated in these sets of conversations. But where I think he's able to connect to a whole series of innovations regarding, as we were talking about the definition of Hindutva itself, and connecting it to history and articulating history as something that's non-linear, that's not necessarily chronological, that is reading against the grain. I mean, all of these things are sort of celebrated today by historians themselves. And I think he himself is part of some of these earlier conversations. But when I've talked to Sanskritists, for example, and I've asked them, about the debates on language and meaning, those were happening in the 19th century. So in that sense, he's able to build on a whole range of things. I mean, what struck me as really interesting was his formulation that Hindutva is 40 centuries old. And as I sort of started thinking about why that's a weird temporal kind of category of 40 centuries, he's basically participating in these debates on the Bible and the aging of the pyramids in Egypt, that 40 centuries becomes this kind of standardized time period for great civilizations. The birth of Christ to creation to birth of Christ, 40 centuries. Aging of the pyramids, 40 centuries. And so he's not original in that sense, that I don't know how old it is, but let's say it's as old as the pyramids and the temporalities in Judaism and Christianity. So, it's so there is a certain lack of originality in that way, but I do think he's kind of bringing in all these things together, which had resonance at a specific historical moment, which made them powerful for some level. I mean, the Hindu Mahasabha itself was already articulating a lot of these things. If you look at the Mahasabha speeches, if you look at the Mahasabha newspapers, or even the Hindu Outlook that Bhai Permanent edits, I mean, a lot of this stuff is already being discussed in different sorts of ways. So historians usually don't like asking the what if question, but I think, that a lot of these ideas were already percolating. Whether they would have had a different form, certainly. But I think he understood social media in that sense too, and propaganda, certainly. And by that, what we were talking about earlier, the newspapers, the oral, the repetition, you can imagine that if he was around today, that he would be a great Twitterati,
The TikTok messiah.
And so I think he's able to kind of hone in on a lot of these things. I mean, even the number of biographies, autobiographies, these, kind of dominating a certain kind of news cycle, if you want to think of it that way, right? News cycle being for years, but dominating a news cycle about himself and therefore becoming a prominent figure. Whereas, others like Ambedkar or, other contemporaries, even in Maharashtra, were more prolific, and and Savarkar certainly, like as I was saying, was competing with Ambedkar for a certain kind of constituency as well, right? So I think he's working at multiple levels, but the fact that he was under house arrest complicates things, and it's as if he can't move because he's imprisoned, but he wants his ideas to move out, right? So,
what did the process of writing this book teach you about India?
Wow, you've stumped me there.
In the sense, what did you
Yes.
know when you ended, which you may not have known so well, or just had an instinct about when you started? Or, did you change your mind in some significant way about something?
I mean, I certainly thought that the significance of some of the early historical writings and the debates, and not among Savarkar, but just the early Maratha stuff, was certainly eye-opening. Its kind of richness and its the sheer commitment of some of these early scholars, whether it was V.K. Rajwade or Jadunath Sarkar or G.S. Deshpande, Surdesai, that there is this kind of very extreme commitment to what we call history, and these earlier kind of traditions of writing as well, right? So there is this kind of long-standing sets of intellectual traditions in the vernacular that often don't get unpacked, and I think that's really important. I found myself wishing I had spent more time early in my career thinking about those kinds of things. And as I became more and more interested in intellectual history, realizing that I wish I was a Sanskritist myself. I mean, I think that there are many powerful kind of debates that become difficult to access as a consequence. I think in terms of politically, I mean, I sort of felt that I had to read more than I imagined to write this book. I had to read, I felt like I had to read both Ambedkar and Gandhi. And what that made me also realize was, and coming back to what we started with, was this idea of the fluid intellectual economy.
And Gandhi and Ambedkar both was so incredibly prolific, 100 volumes of Gandhi, something similar of Ambedkar, changing their mind throughout, thinking aloud so often,
Yes.
which is a joy and, a privilege to be able to read those. But then how do you grok those? How do you read so much? How do you make sense of that?
Yeah. But I think, I mean, what I was trying to get at is that all these thinkers were not autonomous beings.
Yeah.
Right? That there was this very rich landscape that we're kind of only scratching the surface. I jokingly one time said, I finally feel I can now start writing about Savarkar.
Wow.
Yeah. That I've gotten through the foundational stuff, that because there's so much, and I don't want to use the word misinformation, but there's so much stuff out there that distracts from actually having a conversation. And I sort of feel like now I could, and I'm not, many people have told me they will no longer talk to me if I work on Savarkar.
Wow.
My friends, I mean, they're like, you have to move on. You can't continue working on Savarkar. And I say this jokingly, but more than I'm not saying it seriously. But I think realizing how rich this intellectual world, both at one level of the Maharashtrian tradition, but also just nationally and also internationally, that there's so going back and forth. And as you said, some of it is just taking things, and others is actually serious engagement. And I think that's what makes some of this stuff on intellectual history kind of exciting as well.
Let's move on from the book now. I'll just urge all my listeners that if you have to read a book on Savarkar, read this one, and even if you've read the others, please read this one, because where I found that this was really excellent was in the extra layers that it added to my understanding of Savarkar. So it's not just sort of documenting somebody's life, but it's also layers of understanding and contextualization, and a visceral sense of that fluidity which we spoke about. So truly wonderful, and everyone listening to this should go out right now, or not right now, after this episode is over, and pick up the book. My next question to you is about the project of history. Like, I did this wonderful episode with Swapna Little, and Swapna made a beautiful point there where she said that history, actually, if you think about it, the word means two things. It means things that happened in the past, and it means a study of those things, right? And history, in that first sense, the past, is being weaponized today in politics. It's always been weaponized, but is, I think, been weaponized today with more force than ever before because of the amplifying effect of technology and social media. And the question that then arises is, what do practitioners of history in its second sense, the studies of the past, how do they approach the subject? Because one way of approaching the subject is to just ignore the world outside as it is and just focus on the work that you got to do and just get it out there. But equally, some might view it as a political project. And not, I don't mean in a bad sense that you have an agenda, but a political project that, because the world is full of mistruths and falsehoods in various directions, you have to go out there and set the record straight and put in the nuance and put in the detail. Or sometimes, because a narrative is shifted too far to one side, perhaps be simplistic in a certain way, but a way that you feel is useful in the current moment. So I think a lot of questions of inner motivation can come up here, where if I was a historian, I'm sure I would sit down sometimes and think that in this day and age, why the fuck am I writing? Like, WhatsApp history is dominant. No one gives a shit about nuances I bring in and what letters I reproduce, right? That could be one disheartening way of thinking about it. Or it could be imbued with further meaning, that there is, it's really a war to save civilization, and I am going to play my little part in it. It's my dharma to do so. Yeah. So how do you look at the project of history and your role in it?
Yeah, I wouldn't describe it as dharma, because I mean, in a sense, Savarkar describes it as holy work.
Yeah.
Savarkar describes the historian's work as holy work, right? So there is this kind of dharmic element to his articulation of, the being a maker of history and a writer of history, right? I mean, he uses that binary in his work, and which I kind of unpacked a little bit in my book. I mean, yes. I mean, I think, and I think the way to answer your question is also that history, the presence and dominance of history within public debate here, is different than in the United States. It's different than what's happening in different parts of Europe as well. So there are these kind of national and regional dimensions to it. And even within India, I think there are regional dimensions. I mean, it's not just a national thing. I think the ways in which we were talking earlier about sort of the way archives function. I mean, the way archives function in Maharashtra is different than the way archives function in Gujarat or Bihar.
We have the best archives.
And part of that is because I think there is this kind of commitment to a certain kind of understanding of the past that has been, and that's what I was trying to address earlier, that there is this kind of rich intellectual tradition that is part of this world. And I think that's what Savarkar was also aware of, that even if you don't get the history through your textbooks or scholarly books, you can get them through poetry, you can get them through drama, you can get them through other means. And so for him, in that sense, he diversified his portfolio in writing in multiple genres and writing both in English and in Marathi for that specific purpose, that, I'm going to be able to get out on multiple platforms using today's terminology. And so I think that's what he was effective doing. But at the same time, what's I think different today is that he could read academic works and be critical of them. He could read Jadunath Sarkar and be critical of Jadunath Sarkar. He could read G.S. Sardesai and celebrate G.S. Sardesai or Rajwade for the kind of rigorous work in collecting documents that Rajwade was doing, which I think is kind of lost in today's public debates about history. I mean, it's so embedded within that the academic historian is the problem. And in some of the things I've been working on regarding academic freedom, that what's happening, at least in the United States, and I would suspect it's happening here, but in a different form, is that you have various Hindutva organizations in the U.S. that now have started filing complaints with academic institutions, with politicians, that the ways in which Indian history is being taught at the university is anti-Hindu. And it's anti-Hindu because academics will write about caste discrimination, issues of Dalit rights, women's oppression, poverty. So all of this is actually anti-Hindu, which means, and I've said this to all my colleagues, I said the reason why everyone should be concerned about this is they're actually not interested in academics writing this kind of work. They're not interested in academics writing analytical work that's evidentiary based. As we said, conjecture is good enough, right? And it was good enough for Savarkar. It's good enough for these folks. And university administrators often don't know what to do with this because they're well organized, and it's directly connected to a certain kind of political power of some of these organizations with various kind of organizations in India, with different organizations outside of India. So you have the debates on history that vary, I think, from place to place. I think the role of the academic historian, I think that differs from this, is that we are, we're disciplinarily trained within certain kinds of conventions and norms, and those are extremely diverse. There's no standardization, especially in the discipline of history, which makes it both exciting and loose in terms of if you do cultural history or social history or intellectual history or gender history, environmental history or whatever. But there are certain frameworks and certain questions that academic historians are asking and seeking with evidence, right? Whereas the WhatsApp University is not about evidence. It doesn't have to be about evidence. So I would sort of say that, that while all of that is interesting, I'm not convinced that, that academic historians shouldn't stop. And I would say that this is a time where we should actually buckle down and train students even with more rigor. And because if we don't do it, no one else is really going to be doing it, right? Because we know what the other side is interested in doing, from, issues of plagiarism to, just kind of making up stuff from conjecture to arguing that the epics are historical texts to everything else in between. And I also think that, and coming back to the main point, I think the reason history has a specific place today in India is directly connected to this idea of that Hindutva is intertwined with history as its kind of foundation, right? So if you want to critique Hindutva, one of the ways you could critique Hindutva is actually by going after their definitions of history in and of itself. So, I think that it's a complicated situation, but I think at one level, everyone's talking about history. I mean, when I'm in India, I'm talking more to the average person about history than anywhere else I am. So that's something that's really interesting. But there's also an or maybe a misunderstanding, or maybe it is the way that the Hindutva machine works, that they want to insert a certain kind of new hegemonic understanding of what history is, by which they can perpetuate these narratives of, Hindu victimization. And and in a certain way, they do understand hegemony well, like through WhatsApp, through social media. It's like this repetition that's endless every day, that this is being repeated to the point where, the average auntie and uncle, are repeating, kids are repeating it. And so in that sense, it's been effective in saying that you should have historical consciousness in order to be a good Hindutvavadi.
I actually feel, that interest of history is not just a shallow interest for, WhatsApp narrative sakes, but even within my podcast, I found there is a deep interest in history. My episodes with people like Srinath Raghavan and Manu Pillai have been really popular. All the 6 Ram Guha episodes. Of course, even back in the day, episodes I did with Ira Mukhoti, Parvati Sharma, they were all popular. So I find that there is sort of a deep interest in history. There is also sometimes a mild befuddlement at the different kind of narratives that we get around us. But by and large, I would say that while vocal minorities make a lot of noise online, both from the left and the right, there's a silent majority which is not beholden to those tribes, which is genuinely interested and wants to kind of find out more, and that sort of gives me hope. But all of those people, Vinayak, all of those people, the silent majority on the left, the silent majority in the middle, the vocal minority on the left, the vocal minority on the right, and anyone else I have inadvertently left out, all of them will read your next book and really like it. So kindly tell me about what you're working on now. And, I was so excited when I heard about the project.
So I've 2 projects. I mean, one I sort of call my retirement project, and one I've started more recently. So the one we were talking about earlier is this project on the history of imperial tennis.
Lovely.
And so I've been collecting material for about 20 years now, thinking about the place of tennis, or using tennis as a metaphor to trying to understand specific moments in sort of history. And I sort of, there's a few kind of moments that I've tried to capture in thinking about the project. And one is the individual who patents the game. I mean, so there was a British military officer, Walter Clopton Wingfield, who arrives in India in 1858, and he's already very interested in thinking about sports and tennis, and he experiments in Bangalore and in Madras, and then goes back to Britain and patents the game. And with his imperial connections, lawn tennis is born and spreads globally. And then you have Wimbledon less than 10 years later as sort of the cathedral of tennis. But part of the story is that a lot of things, and, I'm sort of, as I've been sort of reading more and more English history, I'm sort of convinced that everything that's quintessentially English is actually imperial and Indian, including the game of lawn tennis. But you had British officers who, would train their servants to play, and you had these servants who, there was a servant in Allahabad who became. There was an essay written about him by this British officer saying that he's by far the best tennis player in all of India. He's better, and all these European, players would travel to Allahabad to play with him, but he was not allowed to compete. Right, and this was the interesting thing, because he was a tennis servant. He was a tennis marker, and so you have these kind of interesting narratives of a number of places where tennis was played, but it's also a story of technology, about the tennis ball, the vulcanization of rubber, to the lawnmower, sort of these minor technologies that helped to shape the ways in which tennis was played. But I also was very interested because two important thinkers were very involved in tennis. Edward Said, for example, was a daily tennis player, and he wrote this fantastic essay in the London Review of Books in, I think, 1999. I think it's called John McEnroe Plus Anyone Else. And it's a story about the demise of tennis and the decline of tennis and the alienation of tennis that has developed as tennis has become much more impacted by capitalism. So it's this interesting kind of story Said lays out about what he calls the decline of tennis, just as you have the rise of Rafa and Roger and everyone else, right? So he sees this as a moment of transformation, and he has a great sort of sadness about it. But it's also, tennis played a major part in his autobiography, which I thought was really interesting, in which he sort of talks about various moments of racism, of various moments of colonialism, imperialism, through the optic of tennis that he's interpreting. And so for me, that was kind of interesting as well, that Said at one level, and then Pierre Bourdieu, in his important book Habitus, talks about, in his book, on Distinctions, where he talks about that the idea of a habitus is directly connected to the game. And the game he's talking about is tennis. And I thought this is really interesting because he's writing about Algeria and Said is writing about colonial Palestine and Egypt. And here you have two major thinkers of the 20th century who are viewing the writings of post-colonialism to social theory through the optic of tennis. So that struck me as really interesting to think about as well. So it's a project that's still kind of unfolding through different moments of the late 19th and 20th century. So that's kind of what the tennis project is, what I've been thinking about.
Who's a goat?
Roger.
Okay. That was a quick answer. No thought.
Roger, yes. Roger, I mean, Roger, I think, represents the end of classic tennis. Roger was able to merge classic tennis with modern tennis, for those who know about the distinctions within the game of tennis. Whereas Rafa, I think, represents the sort of the epitome of modern tennis in a certain way. So, I mean, this was something that Said was concerned about, that, sort of the decline of the elegance of the game, the decline of sort of the gentlemanliness of tennis. And in a certain sense, that's what Roger represents, whether you look at his advertising or kind of the aesthetic that he has on the tennis court, or had on the tennis court, but yet at the same time transforming his game over the course of his career to become a master of the modern game as well.
I totally get what you're saying. Also, I sometimes wonder about how we sort of perceive beauty in sport, right? Like, of course, when one thinks of Roger, one thinks of the easy elegance and the languid grace and all of those things. And you think of Rafa, and it's all this mechanical brute force and the persistence and all of those things. But why do we find a particular kind of shot beautiful and not the other shot? And to me, that's just a quirk of the brain. That when, David Garr plays this beautiful cover drive, we're all like, it's a work of art. And if someone with a more brutal style plays a similar cover drive, we say, what power, what force. But actually, those are sort of arbitrary constructions of the brain in the sense that we view them. All of them require impeccable technique. In fact, both Roger and Rafa, and I'm just such a huge fan of both of those people, are absolute gentlemen. They play the game with such a wonderful spirit. They're both incredible role models. So I completely get where you're coming from. But I also think that there might be a false distinction there because of, the quirks of the brain. Why do we find one thing beautiful and not the other? Yeah. And, both of them have involved thousands of hours of practice. Both are incredibly, like in terms of if you compare a shot of Roger with a shot of Rafa in a particular moment, both have, gotten, have honed that particular shot in thousands of hours of practice. Both are optimally effective, which is why they come to play it. It's just that one man may, that the brain interprets one shot as beautiful and the other as powerful, where they could almost be exactly the same.
Yes. Well, I guess maybe one qualification would be in terms of technique, right? So the way you teach tennis, like you couldn't, I mean, in a strange sort of way, you couldn't teach either Roger or Rafa's game to anyone.
You can't, yeah.
Right? Whereas Djokovic, yes. Djokovic, I think Djokovic is the master of the textbook technique of neutral tennis. And I know fans of Djokovic are going to find that description,
It's actually a great compliment. If you take every basic skill to its ultimate level of expression, that's Novak right there, and it's a great compliment.
And I didn't appreciate Rafa earlier on. I think I appreciated Rafa when I saw him up close.
Oh, okay.
Just practicing. So that is a great treat, because you sort of, there is a different kind, as you said, of fluidity, right? There's a different kind of just sheer dominance in terms of the way he's hitting the ball. Roger is just sort of a master craftsman of a different type. I mean, it's not that both aren't craftsmen and master craftsmen, but Roger is of a different type. And I think Roger's longevity in part was due to the fact that it wasn't that it looked effortless. There was less effort required because of the technique, whereas Rafa, because he was a constant, he never gave up, and he was a grinder to a certain extent. He ground his opponents down when he was younger. I think that made a big difference in terms of the number of injuries that he's had. And Roger had longevity in that sense because he also was very selective.
Economical movements and so on.
Yes. And I mean, now what's interesting is you have players like Medvedev, who I find aesthetically unpleasant to watch, but they're clearly masters of the game. But as a tennis fan, whether it's him or whether it's Iga Swiatek, there's a couple of other players where the technique is not, it looks as if there's an issue with the technique, but they are certainly masters of the game, right? And so I think in a sense, both with the technology, with the conditioning, and they're able to, and clearly they're hitting the ball really well. I mean, as well. I mean, Medvedev prides himself with the fact, he said recently in an interview that that there's only a handful of players who don't find him frustrating, and that's part of why he likes. That's the part of a consequence of his technique, is that the ball does not come on the racket in the same way that a Djokovic ball would come or a Roger ball would come.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched much of these new guys.
Yeah.
Controversial question.
Yeah.
Do you think sport always evolves in such a way that the current sportsman is always going to be a step up on previous sports people? Like in chess, that is certainly the case, but part of the reason that is the case is that your theory is growing all the time. Your pedagogical tools, like the computers you use, are growing all the time. So I would in fact go as far as to say that, 60 of the best 100 chess players of all time are active chess players today. Mm-hmm. So if you just or look at their games and ignore everything else and you look at their playing strength, perhaps even more than that, would that also be the case in other sports, that sports tend to evolve a lot? And if you were to just transplant, say, McEnroe, when the big three were at their peak, he would be completely outclassed. Though obviously it is true that if McEnroe was actually, born 20 years later, he would also be a great player because he would train differently and evolve differently. But is it the case that in absolute terms, do you think sport tends to grow like that, or are you more of a romantic and you say कि नहीं यार, वो Rod Laver का वो service मुझे अभी भी याद है?
No, I would say, I mean, the game that's played today, I mean, I've been watching recently these group of 17-year-olds who are coming up. They played the first couple of tournaments professionally, and they're quite stunning. They're quite. It's pretty incredible as a 17-year-old what they're doing, 18-year-olds. But again, Rafa was also won the French at 17. Roger won at 19. I think technology is a big thing as well. I think the rackets are allowing the players to hit the ball bigger, better, faster. The change in technology of balls also has made a big difference. And maybe the most important thing is the change in technology of strings. And I think all of those things combined, and then I think fitness and conditioning, and then big data entering the sports is. And so if you look at the players, I mean, the amount that they're covering court space, I mean, it's almost as if the court that is fenced in is too small, which is also a sign that they're moving a lot more laterally than they were in past. They're also moving a lot more up and down. I mean, Medvedev will stand 15, 18 feet behind the baseline to receive, which is just completely unheard of as well. So I think I'm not a romantic in that sense, but my favorite players are of the 80s, but that's a different thing.
Were there? Connors, Lendl, or I guess
no.
you would not have liked Lendl, I know.
No,
right?
Lendl I did like.
You did like him?
I did like
Okay.
Connors I couldn't stand. And McEnroe I didn't like until much later. But beyond Borg, I was very fond of Borg. I think everyone was fond of Borg in a certain way. Lendl, I mean, in this essay by Saeed, I mean, he blames Lendl for being the first kind of robot on the tennis court. But there's a great two-part interview with Lendl, Becker, McEnroe, and Wielander. I don't know if you've seen these.
Wow. Well, I haven't seen these interviews.
It's on YouTube. It's worth watching this. And basically what they're doing is they are talking about the transformation of the game from when they played to today. And the thing that's really interesting is that the intellectual among the four is certainly Ivan Lendl. I mean, the way he was analyzing the game, and he's humorless, but otherwise he's by far the most, in a certain way, the most insightful of the four in that conversation. But they talked for about 2 hours, I think, and so it was really eye-opening in terms of how they interpret the changes in the game and the transformations in the game. And of course, from their perspective, if they had today's technology, they would certainly dominate.
Mind-blowing. So, I can't wait for that book, and I'm going to make a promise to come and do another 5 hours with me when that book is out. But in the meantime, my final question for the day, for me and my listeners, recommend to me books, films, music, which mean a lot to you and you'd love to share with the world.
Music. So I've recently discovered, and recently in the last couple of years, and I listen to it a lot now, is a certain type of electronica and house music. And there are these young DJs out of Scandinavia and Germany. My favorite right now is a guy named Ben Bomer, and another one, Resident. He goes by Resident. They're both German. There's another group, two guys who are called Sultan and Shepherd. They're very good.
They're humans and not dogs. Sound like dog names.
There's this woman who goes by Nora N. Pure. I like her stuff as well. But in terms of music, I think I recently saw U2. U2 in many ways is probably my favorite band. U2 and New Order. But U2 I've seen probably about a dozen times. But it was a complete mind-blowing experience. They've been performing at this new venue in Las Vegas called the Sphere, and I think that has completely transformed live music.
Wow!
And for me, that was kind of amazing because it's a visual experience, right? So thinking about music as a visual experience, for those of us who grew up in the '80s, MTV was that visual experience of watching music videos, but this was the Sphere. It's this monstrous construction, and you're watching the band, but you're also watching what's going on the screen behind the band. And each song has a different kind of visual attached to it. And they're all very different. And so I thought that was kind of changed the way I was thinking about live music, right? So, I mean, most of the time I'm listening to music in the car or when I'm at home. But for me, that was something in terms of technological change in music and the ways you experience live music. That was, for me, something that was kind of mind blowing. In terms of film, I think the film that recently has kind of, I thought, left a lasting impression is Jonathan Glazer's The Zone of Interest. By far one of the most powerful and disturbing movies that I've seen. And it resonated with me also, I think, in many ways related to the Savarkar project. I think just about the banality of kind of evil using, Hannah Arendt's formulation. But it wasn't just that. I mean, it was sort of this, that it's not simply that when we see people doing horrific things to other human beings, we somehow want to treat them as not human in a certain way, right? But in fact, what Jonathan Glazer in multiple interviews has said, that, it's what I wanted to show is how close we are to the perpetrators. And I think that's, in thinking about what's going on, as he said, in the world today, but also what's going on in India today, that sort of the ease with which people talk about vengeance and eradication of populations and individuals just kind of reminded, there was all these interesting kind of links that as I was watching the movie, but visually I think it was really stunning, and it's kind of stayed with me for a long time. But overall, I think the cinema that I've discovered most recently, which I wish I had discovered much earlier, and I wish Hindi cinema would excite me as much. So every time I watch a Hindi movie, I want it to be really good, and there's this kind of perpetual cycle of disappointment. And but on the other hand, recently I've been watching a lot of Korean cinema, and every time I watch it, it doesn't matter which film director I've watched thus far, I've found something deeply profound, both very serious, but also with humor as well. And I think that's part of what's kind of also attracted me to Korean cinema. So films like Old Boy, Burning, Memories of Murder, or Parasite. I mean, these are things that I've really enjoyed. But there's also a new group of Korean diasporic directors that have come up that I like a lot. There's a movie that was called Return to Seoul. I mean, it was made by a Cambodian director. And most recently, Past Lives. I like that a lot as well. And then there's this Japanese filmmaker who I like, Hirokazu Korida, and his film Monster that just came out was quite fantastic.
It's a masterpiece. I wrote about it in a recent newsletter post, and I was just so moved by it. Brilliant.
Yes. And have you seen his others, Shoplifters?
I've seen Shoplifters and Monster, nothing else, nothing before this, so I will go and check it out.
I mean, Broker was excellent. Nobody Knows was the first film I saw of his, which was probably closer to Monster. So, I mean, so these are the kind of films that I've been watching recently and like. And in terms of novel, I think the writer who has kind of left an impact in terms of not what he's saying, but the way he's writing is Karl Ove Knausgaard.
Yeah.
My Struggle. I mean, I think in many ways it has this kind of resonance with the zone of interest, that there's a certain kind of aesthetic to his writings that I found really compelling. I found really refreshing. And again, there's no there.
Yeah.
But it's an aesthetic exercise.
I find him almost to be like a modern day Proust.
Yes.
The same kind of meditativeness, and he takes you inside yourself, and that same sort of rhythm.
Yeah. And so his writings, I would say, I find it difficult to pick up his book because I know this is a different kind of journey. There's no beginning, middle, and end. But I do think even his sort of essays, he wrote this essay for the New York Times, commissioned him to write an essay to travel across parts of the U.S. to see Scandinavian communities and write about what he thinks of them. So he said he didn't want a word limit.
Well done, Carl.
So I think they wanted a short piece. He wrote a 10,000-word piece, and he demanded that they publish it. And so so I mean, I do appreciate his writings as well.
Wonderful, Vinayak, and I think me and all my listeners, after they buy your book, which they will have to do right now within the next 15 minutes, appreciate your writing as well. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time. I've learned a lot from your book and from this conversation. So thank you so much.
No, thank you for having me. Thank you.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, please recommend it to anyone who you think might be interested. Check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, go to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and pick up Hindutva and Violence, V.D. Savarkar and the Politics of History by Vinayak Chaturvedi. If you have to buy one book on Savarkar, please buy this. It's absolutely worth it. I couldn't find Vinayak on social media, which is perhaps why he's such a fine thinker, but you can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and on any podcast app of your choice. Thank you so much for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.